I'm at... Just 1 second, baby girl.
You try that again, and this is gonna get ugly.
From my good heart, because I wanted to make the world a better place, and I wanted people around me to be as happy as I know deep down I am.
Mommy?
You live and you learn.
Is it fine?
Yeah, it's fine. And I hope that the universe shows as much grace and forgives all as well.
It's Mommy.
Because you do not know. Clearly, you don't know the consequences of your actions.
Alrighty, it's been a long day of going through this woman's TikToks, and I downloaded 243 of them. It's Claire Bell's mom. Claire Bell, as of this filming, it's late Tuesday, June 17th, around after 10 p.m. Eastern Time. And it took me all day going through and downloading and arranging in order her TikToks to watch basically her downfall. So Claire Bell's mom is named Rachel Todd. She's been arrested, charged with child abandonment. She appeared in court today, but her last TikTok video was so scary. She was holding her now missing 3-year-old daughter, Claire Bell, and, in a threatening manner, and the girl looked kind of confused and scared. There's scary updates in terms of the Chihuahua being found deceased and Rachel allegedly not knowing what she did for hours. I don't know if she blacked out or if she's just lying. Despite her being so verbose, apparently in her police interviews and in these TikToks coming up, she talks a lot about without saying nothing in the interviews, apparently. I see what they meant. I mean, if I hear the words universe, vibration, low vibration, high vibration, energy, transmuting, all these new agey terms one more time, I'm like, oh my goodness. She has some interesting thoughts, but you can kind of see her devolve. This is 34-year-old Rachel Todd. Her troubling TikToks have been revealed. You can watch them double time. You can get them done in 4 hours. However, the caption of her last TikTok where she's holding her missing daughter, her now missing daughter, that TikTok video apparently took place just hours before little Claire went missing. The caption states, "Have you come up against a mother with nothing to lose? Have you come up against a mother with nothing to lose?" Listening to all these hours and hours worth of TikToks, I heard little snippets of Claire's voice. She sounded so cute, and I was like, oh my goodness. It just makes me think of all the people who I know who want children, who were never blessed with their own children in life, and to see a mom like this. We don't know what happened to Claire. As of this recording, we don't, but that was the caption she put on that TikTok video. Rachel's clutching Claire, and it's Father's Day. So that was posted just 2 days ago, Sunday, June 15th. And the eerie words on the screen read in all caps, "I know more than you think." What does that mean? And the hashtags read motherhood, threat, energy work, narcissist, magic. She does take a turn. She starts all these 243 videos that I was able to download, bless God, all today. Okay, when you watch them, it starts off Christmas Day, 2024. So she takes us kind of through her divorce. She talks a little bit about divorce. She's trying to navigate becoming a single mom and a bad breakup, apparently. It seems like she grows more mentally unstable throughout each video. So the first video on her CosmicFlow 44 account was posted Christmas Day, and that caption said, "The journey begins, new beginnings, holiday TikTok magic." However, Rachel had some troubling Google searches. So according to this Journal de Montreal, the mother of this little girl who's been missing, it's been more than 48 hours now, they found online searches for her. Prior to the child disappearing, Rachel was shopping for children's urns and funeral arrangements. So Rachel-Ella Todd had just celebrated her 34th birthday the day before her daughter disappeared. And so by Tuesday, today, basically, She appeared in court. She was charged with child abandonment. We don't know. She might get more criminal charges. They're still investigating. I have once again dubbed some of the police little pressers or updates into English from French. I'll let you listen to those now.
Hello everyone, it's Tuesday, it is 6:15. Here is an update on the case of the disappearance of this 3-year-old girl, Claire Bell, in the Montérégie area. First, in the last few hours, the mother of the little girl in her 30s appeared on a charge of child abandonment. She is expected to appear again in court today on this charge. Subsequently, the search operations will continue. You see specialized units, walkers behind me, police officers will be deployed. Avancez, cher setting. In the same areas as yesterday, that is notably in the area of Highway 20 and Highway 30 in Vaudreuil-Dorion, where an animal was discovered that could correspond to the animal of the missing girl. So you will see police officers deployed there to conduct searches. There are also specialized units that will be deployed. It is not impossible that there will be other search areas as well. We proceed based on the information we have. Possessors, we also remind you of a video that was released yesterday on our Facebook page regarding the vehicle driven by the mother, which is a 2007 gray Ford Escape with a distinctive feature at the back on the rear window on the passenger side. So on the right side, there was a yellow sticker marked baby on board in English. If you witnessed the movements of that vehicle on Sunday between 9:45 and 3 o'clock, this is information that can advance our investigation. So we invite you to contact the Criminal Information Center of the Sûreté du Québec. You can also contact that center if you have other information that could advance our investigation to find this missing girl since last Sunday. So again today, the personnel of the Sûreté du Québec are deployed to find this missing girl. Share the video.
Let's begin this news bulletin with the story that is dominating the headlines today, the disappearance of little Claire Bell, only 3 years old. The search continues, of course, in the Coteau-du-Lac area. But first, let's go to the Salaberry de Valleyfield courthouse to meet our colleague, Yves Poirier. Yves, the mother has been charged in the case.
Yes, her name is Rachel-Ella Todd. She is 34 years old. She just appeared in the last few minutes via video conference. For now, Julie, there is only one charge. Child abandonment, thus abandoning her own 3-year-old daughter, Claire. That being said, I saw her earlier in the courtroom. She was very calm. She had a blanket covering her shoulders. She had approached the camera because she was appearing by video conference. The judge explained to her that the Crown objected to her release, that she was back tomorrow in court for the continuation of the proceedings. She simply said in English, "Okay, thank you," and then she left. Indeed. So she remains in custody, back in court tomorrow. But I want to go back to this troubling video, Julie, because the day of the disappearance on Sunday morning, she posted this video, and here it is.
You try that again, and this is gonna get ugly.
And she says, "Whoa, you do that again. You try that again, and it's going to turn out badly." This video was probably published, I'm told, around 8:20, while Claire's disappearance from the apartment on Newman Boulevard happened around 9:45. So it was a few minutes before. We see her holding tightly against her 3-year-old daughter. And at 3 o'clock in the afternoon in Coteau-du-Lac, this mother is arriving in a souvenir shop. She told an employee that she couldn't find her daughter. She was barefoot, scratched. She seemed like she had spent time in the forest there. Colleague Maxime Delaine from QMI agency also informs us this noon that the mother had conducted very, very, very concerning searches on the web before the child's disappearance, Julie, notably shopping for urns for children and funeral arrangements. I will let you hear a retired police officer who was with Mario Dumont earlier on LCN.
It seems we are visibly dealing with someone who has issues. At least we do not want to judge, but probably depressive, where we see something happening on social media without presuming things that were preferred. In the last video, Mario, we are pricking the child. We have the child in our arms. We feel some kind of message that the lady wants to convey. There is a connection with what she says and potentially the child she is holding in her arms.
There you go, Julie. Meanwhile, obviously, the search continues. They are trying to piece together the entire sequence of events between the hall and Coteau du Lac. Volunteers and citizens are getting involved. Anne-Sophie Jobin was in Coteau du Lac. She met a few of them.
Yes, just myself. I was out last night until midnight with some neighbors. I have 6 children, and we think every day about the children when something like this happens.
Is it very upsetting?
Yes, I do my part. I would like everyone to try.
The pain of knowing that a little girl like that has disappeared.
Does it break your heart?
We should come together more as a community and help people. Come on, this is not right. There should be more people looking there.
So we're all very sensitive, Julie, obviously, like this person regarding what is happening right now. I'm leaving the courthouse in Salaberry de Valleyfield and returning to the search area in the Coteau du Lac sector. We'll talk again shortly.
All right. See you later. Thank you, Eve.
Hello everyone, it is 3 o'clock, it's Tuesday, here is an update. So the search operations to locate the 3-year-old girl continue. We are in the area where we are intensifying the search. We are on the edge of Highway 40 and you see the police officers who are currently going through the highway ditches, and you can see that it's under conditions that can be challenging. And now we want to answer a question that many people are asking, and it's legitimate. How can we help the police? Can we get involved in the field searches? We are more or less in the same state of mind as you. We want to do everything to assist with the search operations and to locate the 3-year-old girl as quickly as possible. But currently, you should know that for these operations, it requires experts, people who are trained, people with supervision. We cannot send people who are not trained in these kinds of conditions, and I will explain to you why, despite all the good intentions we might have. If we don't know how to conduct this kind of search, we could overlook a very important element or even destroy certain elements on the ground. So that's why for now, these search operations are carried out by people who are trained, experts, specialists, and also volunteers who have received training. I think of the Quebec Association of Search and Rescue Volunteers who lend us a hand for these operations. It should also be understood that there are specialists managing the operation, and if there are too many untrained people to manage, well, it is possible that those specialists, those scene managers may have their attention diverted to issues that could have been avoided, such as people getting lost in the forest or some people who get injured in the process because they didn't have the skills for that kind of search. So what we advise you is to pay attention to the communications from the Sûreté du Québec. If we make public calls or requests for help, that's when you can assist us. Strong hand. And if you want to participate in this type of operation in the future, we invite you to contact the Quebec Association of Search and Rescue Volunteers. You will then receive training and can assist us during these interventions.
So basically, they talked about why they don't want people searching willy-nilly. I'm sure a lot of people just want to come out there and do everything they can. I mean, the one woman in this one interview, she could barely speak. I could see why. I mean, I was like, oh, it's just devastating. So police officers won't say everything they learned. They checked the contents of Rachel's phone, and they were extremely disturbed when they saw the searches for children's urns, funeral arrangements, and it says other disturbing searches that we have chosen not to disclose so as not to harm the ongoing investigation. A police source says this story really, really doesn't look good. In my previous video, I was trying to figure out the timeline. I'm like, wait, who saw her earlier at 9:45 a.m. Sunday? That's when Claire allegedly went missing. Then like 5 hours later, her mom pulls up barefoot to some store, racing inside and telling the clerk, oh, I don't know where my daughter is. I don't know what happened, which always sounded weird to me because I'm like, if she lost her daughter, why didn't she call 911 herself, Rachel? But now Rachel-Ella Todd, according to this publication, Rachel and Claire slipped out of their apartment building through an emergency exit on Sunday morning, Father's Day. And they had with them Hazel, their little long-haired Chihuahua dog. So we know Hazel was found, unfortunately deceased. It says 5 hours later, Rachel drove her Ford Escape in this business parking lot. off of Highway 20, and she just ran in there barefoot saying she lost her child. So they're still searching, and one of the sources said about Rachel, she was very talkative during her interrogation. She talks, and the interrogation lasted several hours. She talks a lot, but she says nothing, one of their sources explained. And I could totally see that. It says during her interview, the mother reportedly referred to a road sign that read St. Polycarp. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. It's a municipality located near Coteau de Lac, but she didn't provide further details. So a behavioral analysis was watching all these interviews. I see what they mean about, her talking a lot and not saying much. You'll notice throughout all these hours and hours and hours worth of TikToks, I know she's being obtuse and coy, and she doesn't want to, directly like throw her daughter's father under the bus, or she doesn't want to like get too much into what literally happened. But she talks in so many generalities that it really, some of it is fascinating. She is a very intelligent woman, but then there's a certain maybe psychosis or something that slips in. The parts that really stuck out to me is, of course, her last video where she's clutching her child in a spoon and threatening someone. It starts off with her talking about falling in love with someone, but she talks about falling in love only like a year ago. Whereas on Facebook, she got engaged to Matthew Bell, Claire's dad, in 2021. So I'm trying to figure out, is she like directing all of her anger or angst towards Matthew, or is this towards someone else? There is another part that's really scary where she talks about her mother-in-law getting in touch with her and saying, look, we all love Claire. I believe she's trying to say, maybe we can FaceTime sometime. And Rachel turns it into something where it's like, well, no, she's not going to use my child, or it's just a weird thing. And I was like, oh my goodness, I would just hate to be experiencing this with any type of, daughter-in-law. Anyway, as of this recording, they're still searching for Claire, but to watch Rachel's TikToks, it's just scary. She's so intense when she starts off talking about being in love with someone and, giving all her love to some human being. And she's been through trauma, and she talks about narcissism. There's a lot of talk. She talks about light work and tarot cards. And I feel like, she opened a door. She talks about one parent being Jewish and one parent being Roman Catholic. And then her view of religion is, I don't know, whatever it is. But I kept thinking in my whole hours and hours just watching her, like she just needs her mind renewed. She needs the mind of Christ. Like she just let in, I don't know, some wild thoughts that took her down a dark path. And it's not to say that there aren't some people who do crazy things in the name of Christianity and in the name of Jesus, which are not actually Jesus. But I'm just saying, she just opened this dark door, and you can tell it grows over time. Like her TikToks start off with her just speaking to the camera, blah, blah, blah. Later it devolves. Sometimes there's music playing behind, and so I had to like try and reduce that and enhance the voice. I might have to overlay some music to confuse it so it can be published. And some stuff I just had to totally take out the music. Towards the end, where she's almost acting like a teenager or a 20-something-year-old, just kind of like, dancing along or mimicking along to the songs. And I don't know, it's like she's trying to show someone, I'm so much better off without you. So towards the beginning, she talks about, I guess, leaving Matthew. I'm assuming she talks about packing up, within, it seems really abrupt. Like there's a lot of, high energy, manic energy. The moods, the feelings seem like this. And so she talks about just packing up. She doesn't say what he allegedly did, but just packing up, and her and her daughter. And the portions where you hear little Claire's voice, those are the times where you're like, oh my goodness, where is this little girl? They are still searching for Claire, praying they find her somehow. I don't know what this mom did. There was one person said when she ran in the store, like, it's like Rachel was all, I guess, a mess, like she had maybe been out in the woods. But all she did in court today was like said, okay, when the judge addressed her, and then she said bye. It was a brief appearance. I don't know when she will be back in court. Maybe they'll find more evidence or something to lead to more charges. Maybe they'll find Claire. It's just looking doubtful and dubious, especially when Rachel said, "You try that again and this is going to get ugly." Like holding the little girl in a threatening manner. Who tried what? I mean, I think they're going through maybe a custody battle. You can listen to her TikToks when she talks about perhaps not having her daughter or having her daughter different weekends or what have you. But it is scary. Little Claire is 3 feet tall. She weighs 35 pounds, brown hair, brown eyes, even though I thought her aunt said her hair was kind of curly blonde. I don't know if it's like blondish brown. I just hope they find her. And if anyone has seen Rachel's gray 2007 Ford Escape, her Quebec license plate K50FVE with the baby on board sticker, if they said call 911 if you saw it on Sunday morning, anytime between the hours of 9:45 a.m. through 3 p.m., just call Quebec police. So before we listen to all this, I don't want to call it crazy talk. That's unfair. She has some really interesting philosophies in some points, but the other points I see where her mind was just taken over, and she claimed somewhere in there like, "Oh, I don't believe in evil because it doesn't exist." And if I hear universe one more time, I'm like, okay, God made the universe, like don't praise the universe. The universe isn't a person. Anyway, let me close here with Hebrews 4:12 through 13 and let you watch all of her TikToks I've watched all day. Double time it if you need to. For the word of God is living and active and full of power, making it operative, energizing, and effective. It is sharper than any two-edged sword, penetrating as far as the division of soul and spirit, the completeness of a person, and of both joints and marrow, the deepest parts of our nature, exposing and judging the very thoughts and intentions of the heart. And not a creature exists that is concealed from his sight, but all things are open and exposed and revealed to the eyes of him with whom we have to give account. Whew, so that's it. I can see myself now. Got my jammies on. Anyway, it's been a lot of watching Rachel today, and this camera looks flipped, so I'm kind of like off a little bit, and I'm not in my usual spot, but anyway, let you watch all of these TikToks to get insight. Maybe I was thinking, oh, maybe someone could find a clue in the things Rachel says in these videos that might lead them to believe where she might have taken Claire. Part of me was hoping, oh, did she just hide her out because she's hiding Claire from her dad? But at this point, after they found the dog deceased and watching Rachel's breakdown, her spiraling out in these videos, and especially that last TikTok video, oh, it's just scary. I just wish Claire were in the care of someone who, was stable, who could take care of her and keep her safe. And it's weird because kind of throughout these TikToks, it seems like Rachel does love her at certain points, and other points you could tell maybe Claire is a burden to her. And did she do the ultimate get back? Did she get mad at? She talks about a chef, and then there's this Instagram photo that people found of Chef Belle, but she talks about another chef because she quits her job. She first talks about managing 100 people. She quits her job. She tries to do this AI thing. She takes this AI course or something, gives these people her credit card numbers, but then she took it away because she thought maybe that's a scam. I'm thinking, maybe she's getting taken. She's trying to find her way, and she ends up in another food industry. It sounds like it's a lot of ups and downs, but she talks about a chef again. So I think she was referencing another person, but hearkening back to perhaps falling in love. Was kind of hard because she's not the type of person who says, I met him this day. We fell in love. We had a baby together. He broke my heart. She doesn't speak like that. There's a lot of generalities. Anyway, I'll let you listen to all of it because it's really long, and we'll just see what will get up, what hopefully all the music will pass YouTube's muster, and we'll just go from there. Praying Claire is just found. Maybe you'll find some hints or clues in the stuff Rachel says, but it's very, very sad that a little girl, a little innocent 3-year-old is at the heart of all this mess, whatever happened. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned.
Wishing you all a Merry Christmas from where Christmas seems to have been invented. Been thinking a lot about the moon and the stars, and how it all seems to affect us all lately, or always. Just, I don't know, things seem more magical this year. And apparently I have decided to share my journey. Let's see who's up for the ride. I've recently decided to shed all societal expectations, which includes everything your parents, siblings, loved ones, every memory you've ever had, telling you who you should be. It's no small feat. Making videos like this is highly uncharacteristic of me. But apparently it's something of the nature of stepping into your power. And today was, not the first day, but every day in this process feels like the first day. And I let the beast out, if you will. I didn't really like what I saw. I'm relearning why I am who I am. Apparently it's time I share my story. I've always been curious and observing and a little lost. Who isn't? I guess for the sake of this story, it begins 20-year-old girl looking to find stability and a place to call her own, stumbling into a restaurant and becoming a waitress, unknowingly having an amazing opportunity to delve into the fabric that connects us all. I started observing psychology, emotions, how everything affects everything, and awareness in general. A little unknowingly, just my curiosity. Every couple of years I would get a promotion. And 5 years ago, I became director. Now I manage over 100 employees. Because of my curiosity, I've also been able to self-regulate, if you will. But about a year ago, I fell in love in a love so profound, I'm almost at a loss for words. I've had to let him go. But the highs and lows that I experienced, at least, didn't line up. Doesn't make sense. My previous understanding of life didn't fit any longer. I didn't realize love like that existed. We used to talk all night until early morning, and it felt like our souls were dancing. Perfect harmony. Since I'm so curious, sent me on this journey to understand a deeper commonality, something beyond psychology and emotions. And it's nothing groundbreaking, I guess, because technology and science has led us there. But it's energy. Energy that connects us all, that flows through everything. The way information flows, the way money flows, the way our feelings flow from in to out, manifesting realities. It was such an experience that shook me to my very essence, forced me to redefine my priorities, understanding how deeply a mother's happiness affects her child energetically. There's a hidden language that we all speak, and we don't even know it. I've come to realize that some stories, we don't need an ending, they just exist. This is my love letter to the soul that's intertwined with mine. Okay. There's a big part of me that wants to send you this letter right now, but I now understand why I can't. If only you knew how much I love you and how deep and true that love is. I wish you could see things more clearly and come to me. But I also understand that your journey is your own. I see the pain that you've been navigating your life from, and I forgive you. I understand how powerful these forces can be. Without real acts of life, of love to anchor you, it can feel impossible to overcome alone. Falling in love with you wasn't my intention, but it happened, and I don't regret a thing. I wonder sometimes what you think of me, but I don't care about your doubts or your fears. They don't diminish my love for you. And I think by now you know that much, at least. No matter how much time passes, I will always hold hope and love in my heart for you. I haven't figured out the exact why or how, but I know our love is timeless. When we used to talk until early hours of the morning, I'd feel these vivid images of our souls dancing together, intertwined. Back then I thought it was just my emotions running wild, but now I know it was real. We've been through this lifetime after lifetime, finding each other, healing each other, learning from each other, complimenting each other. I see that now. For my own growth, I need to leave fate in the hands of you and the universe. Please listen to the signs. You deserve this love. You're not defined by the voices in your mind or the forces pulling you away from yourself. Sorry. Your soul is the essence of who you are. I see it so clearly now. Each of us carries a timeless battle of duality, the tug of war between light and dark. But we've shifted into a new realm, one of oneness. Come and join me where it's sunny. We'd be lucky to have you. Well, I don't feel the need to read. Sorry, I'm a little bit of a mess. Okay, while I don't feel the need to list the reasons I love you, I realize you might want to hear them. You've taught me so many lessons I once knew in another lifetime but forgot in the chaos of this one. You reminded me that boundaries are sacred and necessary, that people are worthy of their needs and desires, that true selfless love exists, and that life can be magical and playful when you allow it. But most importantly, I love you because despite everything you've been through, you've held true to yourself, even at a great cost. This is noble, my love. You're the one. Okay, big update. The universe just opened a door and literally shoved me through it, and I took it. We were supposed to have a big family shindig on Sunday, on the 29th. And I woke up early with my daughter and spent the morning with her. And then I want to get stuff done with my day, so I try and wake up my husband. But that's like dealing with a teenager. I can't believe I didn't see it. Anyways. Around the same time, I realized where I find out that the family shindig has been canceled due to weather. Fascinating. Another Christmas mishap in that household. And by the third time I try and wake up my husband, I'm at the end of my rope. And shit blew up. And within a split second, I decided to pack my entire life and leave. Within 24 hours, I packed 4 carloads of things. The crawl space, the garage, the basement, my room, some of my daughter's stuff, linen closet, washroom, cloak closet, you name it, everything. I was told that I had to give the car back, which fine. I had another car, my car. Probably subconsciously my fail-safe. Funnily enough, somebody put a nail in my tire. And again, within 24 hours, I got new tires. I got the garage to come and pump air in it so I could get the tires changed. I revolutionized my life within one day. The bitch is back. Happy New Year. I feel like the world's biggest idiot. Spent my entire life guarding myself from everyone and everything. And I have the balls to turn around and complain that I feel alone. Funny part is I didn't even realize it. Spent my whole life surrounded by people, just thinking it was normal to feel that way. I didn't know what I was missing. This year is different. Now I know what I was missing. I know what I was guarding myself from. It's challenges is, despite the pain, not going back to patterns that didn't serve me. I don't want to live guarded anymore. I don't want to be in a room full of people, utterly alone. It's far worse than just being alone. I know this is not the cheeriest New Year's video, but hey, it's my journey, and I said I'd share it, even though I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Anywho, we'll see what this time next year brings, I guess. Well, now that I've put a low vibrational video out there, I think I might dedicate these videos to more high vibrational content. I don't regret it because I keep being told that growth isn't linear, and so it is important to demonstrate that even me, like all of us, I strive to remain in my oneness on a momentary basis, accepting both light and dark parts of myself. Anyway, I never talk about this stuff because it's such a personal journey. I believe that, we're all in our own worlds, own creations, own little universes, and so what may be true for me doesn't have to be true for anyone else. And I like that. It makes it more interesting. So just because I'm sharing what's true for me, it's not in the goal of imposing it, just sharing it. So I've always been spiritual with some deep-rooted beliefs, just tidbits that I've picked up along my journey that have resonated with me. For example, karma. The concept always resonated with me, and I have witnessed it, I've experienced it, I've felt it, and everybody's karma works differently, I see that. But I still believe it. Past lives, a little bit more taboo. Can't explain it as much, but it resonates. Especially if you consider that time is not real and that everything's energy. Suddenly it makes a little bit more sense, but I digress. Anyways, I can go further, but the goal of saying all this is a couple weeks ago when I found myself alone, looking at my life, wondering how the hell I got there. There was so much fear for the future. Never felt that level of fear before. I can't really fully explain what happened, but from my understanding, instead of letting that fear take over, I went through it, accepted it, felt it, I don't know, something happened. I'm still looking into it, but I'm thinking something about vibrations. My vibration raised. You should have seen how ill I was for a while there, but it also gave me a rush. That feeling of wholeness inside. Something awoke in me. I'm no longer sleepwalking through life. I have picked up meditation and yoga and tarot cards, which, if you know me, you know I'm so much more practical and analytical, but I don't know. Everything just opened up. And it was easier at the beginning to maintain. Now it's a question of making habits and just part of who I am. Even despite everybody who's known me for 30 plus years looking at me like, what the hell's going on with her? That's their business. Part of the promise I made to myself that other people's judgment, guilt, shame, regret belong to them. They're not reflections of me. I no longer have to mirror those emotions. It's not my responsibility. Now that I've popped my spiritual cherry on this platform, I feel the content just flowing out of me. Because I've been kind of on this whirlwind the last couple weeks, it's hard to stay grounded a little. I've come to realize that one of the ways I ground myself is with expression. Unfortunately, I haven't cultivated much relationships where not my outlook is welcome, but I don't know, where there's time to kind of dive into all this stuff. Or, you know, I just want to talk about it without having to deal with everybody else's walls. It's exhausting. Anyway, I've been having the feeling lately that I'm like straddling two realities or two timelines. Every day I wake up and I go to work. And I do the thing that I've done for as far as I can remember. The scary part is that it's not as fulfilling as it once was. I know it's meant to be, because if I continued the way I was, I mean, I'd be unrecognizable in a couple of years' time. And I'm definitely more important than this job, any job. But it's a fine line. I care about so many other things now. I keep having these ideas and I don't know. Suddenly, what's been my life purpose for the last decade doesn't seem to be my life purpose anymore. Scary. And kind of exciting. Hello. I've had a lot of thoughts on my mind. Namely, the idea that I, and everyone, multi-dimensional beings. We don't have to fit in these boxes of I'm a mother, I'm a wife, I'm a boss, I'm a worker, I'm a whatever. There's so many more aspects of who we are. Forgive my crazy look. Anyway, every morning lately I wake up with this childlike wonder, like the day has infinite possibilities. But I'm stuck in this cycle of every evening coming home in this clouded energy. It's like everybody else's boxes and fears and stress and energies just gets blended with mine, and I'm like so done. I want to stay balanced. I want to stay in my energy. And if somebody wants my energy in a healthy way, that's fine. But it's an equal give and take. It needs balance. I haven't figured it out yet, but I've noticed, it's not applicable to everybody, but I've noticed that when, you know, people start going on this journey, depending on what level of the journey you're in, there's a reflex to isolate. And I get it. Damn, I get it. However, it's not what I want. I don't want to isolate. I want to participate. And so while every day it's challenging to remain centered and balanced, despite the chaos and busyness, I'm choosing to see it as an opportunity to master my energy. I used to be so good, or so I thought. I was able to, you know, assess other people's inner worlds and the possible consequences and kind of move accordingly. I didn't realize at what cost. I was just constantly self-abandoning myself. And so now that I realize there's a new balance that needs to come into play, and it's completely destabilizing, not only to me, but the people who know me, the people who expect my self-sacrificing on a daily. So it's a transition, it's an adjustment period, it's a period of observation, of, you know, understanding a new flow. I think I've been through an energetic burnout and I can't even go back even if I wanted to, so. Anyway, tidbit of the day. Have a good one. So I've been inspired again, and a little side note, I'm feeling very connected to the elements lately. I can't explain it, but anyways, fire has been my thing. There's a whole other aspect to what I was saying earlier this morning. If you go off based on the logic that, you know, your life or your surroundings are a mirror to your inner world, because I mean, we perceive our life through a filter of our experiences. I digress. There's a whole different side of the relationship in terms of like energy exchange. And I've been observing this for the last couple of weeks, and you know, my relationship to how I'm affected by external energies. And it really stems from the fact that it's about external validation. There's no need. There's no fucking need. People are allowed their own fears, doubts, insecurities, but they belong to them. And, you know, I've been getting to it piece by piece. But today I came in balanced in my energy and determined to keep it as such. And so it kind of all just like clicked, and like, if people don't get me, if people question whatever, I don't have to let that affect me. It's very freeing. Can't seem to sleep. I think I have too much on my mind. I've just been thinking about how I've spent my entire life diminishing my being, the convenience for everyone else, in fear of being too much or too intimidating or whatever. Not to mention, I've had this perception of men of being weak. But anyways, finally met somebody who had the balls to tell me no and challenge me, and I don't know, I stepped up and found everything that I needed within myself. Except I'm still holding on to this fear, that other shoe dropping. Trying to shift from a mindset of lack to a mindset of abundance. Morning. Made a decision. Last night was the last restless night I'm going to have over this situation. Just because I recently discovered my worth doesn't oblige anybody else to see it. The only thing it allows me is to determine who is worth my time and energy. And losing sleep over something is clearly giving away my time and energy. Places where it's clearly not worth it. It's sad because I believe that the situation called for closure and clarity at a minimum. But it seems that it's something that I'm going to have to give myself, which I'm entirely capable of doing. Skipped my meditation this morning. My energy's a little fiery. Anyway. Disappointing, but something I'm not used to. Let's rock the day. Since I skipped my morning meditation and my goal is to remain balanced today again, I thought I'd just jump on here with a little message of gratitude. I've been through some shit in my life, but I've always been able to bounce back without even like a blink of an eye. The last year has been different. Haven't really had a chance to kind of go back to zero or whatever. So it's just like constantly putting out fires. And ever since I had a beat, like a second to kind of digest, it's been a lot to digest, a lot overwhelming. And I kept getting these suggestions to journal, and I tried, and I don't resonate with it. There were some layers to peel back as to why. Won't get into it, not relevant. The relevant layer was that I believe there's so many other layers to words. it's too one-dimensional. It's not representative enough of my essence, if you will. And so these little videos, this platform has kind of provided me a way to view my personal cycles, because I've managed to break free of all external cycles. It's constant work, but I've created a good foundation, a good starting point. But there are internal cycles that have created those external cycles that I need to observe and that I need to be mindful of and peel back as to why. And so I'm really grateful for this opportunity, and it seems that my authenticity is resonating with some of you, and that's nice. So have a good day. Just had another little breakdown. Around and around we go. This goddamn merry-go-round. Cycles are speeding up, so I'm thinking that I'm getting closer to breaking. The subconscious wheel doesn't stop turning. Spent so many years running away from my emotions and my life through work. Last year, it found me at work. Now I'm stuck in the environment that reminds me constantly of everything. Choosing to see it as a gift, but it's painful. Okay, so I think I've figured it out, and it's taken me a while for many reasons. But apparently there's such a thing as karmic relationships, and turns out I found myself in one, which lines up because the way things happened was like there was a little watchmaker setting everything up so that we would learn the lessons that we were avoiding individually. Apparently how this stuff works is it's energetic. There's like a magnetic pull, and we mirror each other's light and shadows. The last couple of weeks, you know, I know myself. I'm strong, but I keep getting pulled into this like weak mindset. Now I understand, because it keeps tugging on my energy, and I'm allowing it because I'm seeking closure externally. Ugh. Unreal. Anyway, because of my commitment to my inner world and growth, I learned my lessons and studied and dove in head first, and apparently that's how this stuff normally ends, is that one person learns and the other one avoids, and that's fine. None of my business. A little sad, but that's okay. That's all good. The bright side is that it propelled me into this magical, spiritual, deeper inner world that I'm looking forward to discovering with you all. And just to end this, because I'm done having my energy tugged on, you can keep tugging on my energy, but nobody's going to be home. Hello. So while my reclaiming of my energy yesterday was most probably symbolic, it did the trick. It allowed me to dive back into my research, and I found so many wonderful things, namely the explanation as to my recent connection with the elements. More to come about that. And what I've unconsciously been doing my entire life, transmuting energies, even those that weren't my responsibility to transmute. I'm debating declaring something later, so stay tuned. So I've breadcrumb to the fact that over the last year of my life, been through it. Like I've said before, I manage over 100 employees, and I mean, it's not a cakewalk, but it's not fucking rocket science either. Right up until you meet your match. So my normal MO of navigating through psychology and emotions just wasn't cutting anymore. It required heightened awareness. And now that I've had a couple weeks to kind of, seems that my heightened sensitivity is here to stay. I'm just a giant nerve ending now. I just feel everything. Interesting to navigate, hence my research. And one of the things I've naturally gravitated towards is the elements, and so I had to look into it. And obviously it's multi-dimensional and filled with fascinating layers, but baby steps. Ultimately, the earth grounds and stabilizes, air provides clarity and movement, fire transforms and purifies, Kelsapries, I've been attracted to it, water heals and flows, and apparently there's a fifth element, spirit, connects them all. Well, seems like I need to do service this evening, and as promised, I have a declaration. This is not in the optic of setting myself apart, because I recognize that we all have the ability to do so. And I also recognize that not many people will understand this. It'll be a niche population. That's okay. I am the alchemist. I'm a little bit of a wreck. I just finished having lunch with my daughter and my ex-husband, trying to figure out an arrangement. I approached the situation in a mindset of fairness, inclusivity, stability for her. I mean, I was expecting resistance and a closed-minded outlook. I just didn't realize how heavy it was going to be. At first, I tried to maintain my boundaries and my firmness, and I realized that our dynamic wasn't ready for it yet. I needed to actively transmute his energy like I used to, unconsciously. So I decided to do that. Maybe one day I'll explain how, but it was taxing, heavy, navigating his mindset of lack and fear and resentment and separation from my new and improved outlook of oneness and respect and compassion. At the end of it all, despite his feelings, I asked him if we could hug so I could transmute even more of his energy. I've already transmuted a bunch, but I think this video is gonna help accelerate the process because I still feel his tight little ball of emotions in me. Makes me so sad. More for my daughter than anything else. What a big cosmic joke. I woke up this morning, real world responsibilities hitting me, payroll, end of period, my assistant's on vacation. I tried to operate with my old operating system of stress, panic, and over responsibility, and etc., etc. I get in the car, hit traffic, huge accident. Never seen an accident like that. And I finally get to where I work and realize I forgot my laptop. Stress used to center me, used to drive me, used to propel me, and now it's just like, no. So, live and you learn. Now I have to do payroll from home, all zen. Thanks, universe. Little update. I'm so used to holding the fort all by myself without realizing that over the last couple of months I reconditioned my team. They're taking on responsibility, they're capable, they're living up to the task. So when I finally came into work today, all the illusions of disaster, non-existent. Everything was under control. Got my things done. Well, no, I still have things to do always, but I don't know. I found my zen even without my morning meditation, although the lesson of the day was, despite the chaos, take the time. You live and you learn. Anyway, I just feeling really grateful for the final push to integrate everything that's been on my mind and spirit into 3D, if you will. Came in today and reorganized my schedule. I'm gonna be doing 40 hours as of this moment. It's cutting my schedule in half, really. But you know what? I've built it. I've done it. I've arrived. I don't have to carry it all anymore. And if I want to keep growing, it's a necessary mindset shift, or else I'm just going to be stuck. And I hate being stuck. Despite everything I have going on, separation, childcare schedules, work restructuring, financial restructuring, moving, you name it, my whole life turned on its side. Still feel them. Oh boy, really make a girl go crazy, because I don't know how much of it is real and how much of it is in my head, but the good news is whatever I'm feeling, it's softer now. It's calmed down a bit. It's very good news. Morning. Well, starting to get really annoyed with this transition phase. I had decided not to stay guarded anymore, which is active work, because it's my autopilot apparently. And that's getting easier, but apparently one of the side effects of not being guarded, combined with my empathy, my intuition, whatever, makes it so that I just feel everything. And the annoying part is, I don't know what I'm feeling. Not what I'm feeling, but where it's coming from. Is it mine? Is it somebody else's? Is it like, what am I supposed to do with it? So, for somebody who could sleep through the end of the world, I had trouble sleeping again last night, feeling restless, and I don't know where it's coming from. The only thing that I have going on inside right now is the fact that I'm operating differently. Therefore, my needs are different, if you will. Or my needs have always been the same, I've just been sleeping. But the life that I'm living has been created by the old version of me, so there's some needs that are just not being filled, aka not being guarded makes it so that I have things to share. I want to connect. It's not black and white because I can't unfortunately connect with any Tom, Dick, and Harry. I need intellectual stimulation. I need wittiness and the same amount of unguarded, playful nature, if you will, which is not easy because most people are guarded. Anyway, I've recognized that I'm in this like limbo period, but it's just annoying because so much I'm feeling, so much I have inside, so much that needs to come out. And so far, you're all I got. Oh boy. While my managers have somewhat stepped up to the plate, the accountability needs to trickle down. I don't know what the hell I was smoking for all those years. The work on my plate is astronomical. It's inhumane. And I did it to myself. And I'm in this like weird time where I'm living the consequences of my previous actions, where just approved vacation willy-nilly. I'm all alone. Not really, I'm delegating more than I did, but even still, it's just a never-ending workload. The more I do, the more that needs to be done. And everybody's pulling at me in different directions, and it's like, no, figure yourself out. Oh, I went back to school, I'm not available in this time, and I'm supposed to know that. Why? How? I'm a mind reader now? Like, you have your schedule to worry about. I have 100 people. It's my own fault, but it's just mind-boggling. So I've been reflecting on the video that I made this morning. Something didn't sit right with me. Obviously, I had to research more because I shouldn't need anything. I'm self-sufficient. I have that connection we all do within ourselves. The energy exchange that constantly drains me is no longer necessary unless it fills me, which, to be honest, not easy to do. So, digging into it more, I come to discover that humans have, since the dawn of time, associated connection with survival. Because to be alone means to die. But we've evolved. And I don't need any connection that ain't gonna serve me. It's very freeing.
I love it. I mean, I'm so passionate about it, and it's what I do.
So I just posted something that I really got a kick out of, just because it's a little out of character for me. And it felt just so playful and freeing, and it hit me. I am free. I did it. I shed myself of all obligations that I had concocted in my mind that I ended up manifesting. It was uncomfortable for a while there because who am I if I don't have those obligations to define me? I can see progress for my life now. I also realize that the Matrix isn't out there. It's in here. Story time. The universe has literally been like yelling at me to rest. I'm like, I am, but apparently I don't even know what resting means because I got super sick. Flu. Feel better now. It was knocked me on my ass for like the entire day and I had shit to do. Started to feel better. I get a text message from my mother-in-law. Oh, you know, we've been such a big part of your daughter's life. For her well-being, maybe it would be good if we do a FaceTime. And I get triggered. Deeply triggered. Because this is the type of stuff that I've had to deal with for over a year. And I had to, well, I didn't have to, but I kept my mouth shut. And turns out I really did find my power because I send her a text message back. I'm like, we can FaceTime around 5. That said, if you want something, just ask. You don't have to use my daughter's well-being to guilt trip me. Thank you. And she answered saying something like, oh, I don't play those games, whatever. I left her on red because I'm not playing either. Realizations of the day. Number 1, price of freedom, comfort. Number 2, when you realize that every single person that you've ever been with has been a mirror of your own self-worth. Pitiful. So I just got back from seeing my therapist because in light of all my huge life changes, while it feels in line, my ego keeps trying to convince me that I've gone fucking nuts because it's unknown, it's unsafe, it's, for me, absolutely wild. So the good news is that I have not gone crazy, that I seem to be seeing things clearly. However, she did stress the importance of being vigilant of my mindset in this transitional phase, which I recognize because my old patterns love to sneak back. This one's gonna be a doozy. So I have a huge day ahead of me and I just need to get this out, so bear with me. Normally, when I deal with heartbreak, I have a very classic MO. It's fairly simple. I get angry and I just say, fuck it. Who needed them anyways? And I turn the page. This time, not so simple, because a couple reasons. Namely, I kind of knew better. There's no really reason to be angry. What was done and what wasn't done isn't a reflection of me, and I know that because for once we actually saw each other and I can see how it stems from his story, his pain, and number 1. Number 2, I didn't want to do that again. I mean, how has that served me so far? Which requires me to just sit with it, which is what I've been doing for the last couple of weeks, which kind of driving me crazy because apparently it's a thing when there's like a deep connection to like feel the other person's energy even through distance, which is super freaking annoying because I can do so much work and then just get pulled back into it, which is also a mirror of what's happening inside because that means that there's still a window, there's still something that's not resolved. And so I've known that there's something to resolve. And I believe that I have finally scraped the bottom of the barrel of my subconscious and unraveled a very sad truth. While my feelings may have been real, question is where they come from. Do they come from a healthy place? Because I think I've just been so fed up that I finally took the rose-colored glasses off and took a good look and realized that lot of unhealthy patterns happening here. Anyways, so looking at that, come to find out that because of my previous experiences, childhood, past relationships, I associate love with chaos, with emotional depth with drama, which is so sad. And it's a little bit more complex than that, but for the sake of this video, I'll keep it short, if you will. So it made me realize that while, yes, my feelings became real, where they originated from is a little bit sad. And I did all this because I didn't have my normal coping mechanism of getting angry, so I reverted to what I know is trying to understand through research like a crazy little scientist. And over the last couple weeks, a lot of stuff about actual love comes up, and I mean, I've been getting it, but I don't know, connections were missing in my head. And you know, you keep seeing stuff like, oh, you know, love is like calm and stable and nurturing, etc., etc. I don't know what that means. And when you realize that you're 33 goddamn years old and you don't even know what love looks like, it's like and I know it's a little convoluted, but I realize that, or not only I realized through my research that, you know, the way we love, the way we are loved, the way we're allowing others to love us is a reflection of what's going on inside. And so real healthy love, if it's calm and stable, etc., etc., that needs to be the energy I embody. And while I have done some inner work to get to that place, and outer work, namely meditation, yoga, etc., my life needs to catch up a little bit. And there's been one truth that I've just been avoiding looking at, and that is the fact that I smoked. How am I really a calm person who can just be with her emotions consistently if I'm there going, so it's gonna be a little bit of a struggle, but I figure I'm rehauling my life, let's throw smoking in there. So I'm gonna start quitting. Yay. So to resume my frantic morning thoughts, I think I'm just so traumatized and so fed up that I'm like, universe, I get it. I learned my lessons. I will do anything never to have to go through anything like that ever again. Oh, 2024 humbled me. 2025 is my year to thrive. So the good news is the last 24 to 36 hours have been the most stable and consistent I've been in a while, at least last couple weeks. And I managed to cut my smoking by half. My goal today is to do it again, but I'm approaching it from a more lighthearted way of being instead of just like pressure of accomplishing something. So one day at a time. And while I have less questions now than I did a couple weeks ago, considering who I am, I always have questions. So I come to understand what I've just been through and am going through a little bit more. Apparently, I went through a nervous system reset. And through my perspective, that's the first thing that happened. My old operating system of just making sure everybody else around me was happy and just always taking into consideration that, oh, I'll be fine, I'll be okay, like not looking at what I need, was no longer working, was no longer bringing me joy, was burning me out. I guess I was ready to finally look at that as well, and having to slow down and consider everything, considering my personality, made me go through a little bit of an ego death as well. So just kind of shedding this identity that I've created, which was and is very fun. And last but not least, again, because of my personality, when everything gets called into question, I have to kind of relook at my beliefs and what everything, my priorities, and that goes pretty deep. So I've also been through a little bit of a spiritual awakening, and I say it like that not to discount it, but because I believe that it's never done, it's continuous. So the insinuation that you've arrived is why I don't like the term. But anyways, turns out that while I've felt discarded before in my life, it never really mattered because I never really cared. But feeling discarded by someone you actually care about, well, turns out it was the best gift life could have given me. I'm back. Took a little TikTok hiatus because been working on shedding myself of external validation because I'm just so done with cycles. Done. In any case, when I first joined TikTok, it was for personal reasons, to transmute a bunch of pain in the way I do. And that journey kind of led to a little bit of a roadblock because I had no idea what I was getting into. I'd never downloaded TikTok before, and the first week or so I didn't really look into it either. I just did my thing. And then I started looking at the videos and noticed a weird tendency of what being shown to me is just eerily in tune or aligned with my intuition. So it's like a mirror effect happening right now. Anyways, right off the bat, it's, oh, if you want more followers, like, work up or participate or follow back. I don't really know. And at first I was like, okay, like maybe this is like my opportunity to like research as to like how TikTok works. Then I started noticing patterns that I've been trying to break free from, of needing anything, really. I'm done needing. So done. Anyways, so I took a bit of a break. However, past week, couple days, just been almost getting yelled at to share my light, spread my truth. So I'm back. To be seen. I learned so much in the last couple weeks, couple months. Well, I've been learning forever, but lately it's been like intense, in your face. But I finally figured out what the hell's up with this fundamental shift that I'm feeling. I think I've been feeling it for a while, but I've been resisting out of fear, frankly. Fear of losing control, I guess, because this shift is monumental. And I recognize how many people are talking about it, but ultimately, things are moving faster. The veil between our inner worlds and our outer worlds has thinned. The energy is lighter. It's not as dense. That's why karma seems to speed up. Our intentions, our desires, our fears, everything that's happening inside is going to hit you in the face tenfold. Strap in or look within. So for a long time, I could feel the mathematical equation of the universe, if you will. That dance between fate and free will. Couldn't necessarily explain it, but I could feel it. It seems I have found more words to describe it. So from my understanding, obviously, time doesn't exist, and we choose what aspect of existence we wish to discover in a lifetime. Once said lifetime has begun, there's not necessarily a disconnect with the higher self, the eternal self, the one that transcends time. But, communication can be skewed at times, depending on situations. And the higher self knows the purpose, knows the aspect of existence we are meant to contribute to. But the mind, the fears, the ego, the shadow self, whatever you want to call it, it can be confusing. There's nothing negative about it. Darkness isn't inherently bad. It's there to balance the light. So the shadow self is just using a different tactic to redirect. There to protect the light within. That's where all these, dark emotions, low vibrational emotions, shame, guilt, etc., can become consuming if we don't recognize it for what it is, a misguided, at times, self-preservation tactic. Accepting, recognizing that, that's just not the vibration you want to be in. Recognizing what the shadow self is trying to protect from, but going towards what brings that joy, that higher vibrational feeling, that light. Understanding the difference between something that feels restrictive and something that feels expansive. Something that feels expansive is guiding you directly, fast track, to your higher purpose. And you have the choice not to listen. Free will, one of the X factor in that equation. But if you don't listen, the universe will guide you right back. It'll be painful, but it's your choice to listen. So really, really magical things have been happening to me in the last couple weeks, couple months. And I've been kind of getting to it. I had a hard time believing that this was actually happening. I spoke about how it's just the veil between your inner world and your outer world are just thinning, so things are just manifesting like crazy. Obviously, the more denser energies that you travel in, lower vibrational emotions, fear, etc., take longer to manifest. Thanks to us. It's all relative, it depends, but anyways, ultimately, being in a state of joy and excitement brings you in such alignment with the universe. And if you can manage to stay there for long enough, the possibilities are infinite. And if you can't stay in alignment for long enough, or in that state for long enough, just figure out what's the block, emotionally, mentally, etc. Use ChatGPT to figure out why you're feeling that way. I'm telling you, the world is our oyster. This is not that easy for me to talk about. I think I keep getting pushed to share my story, maybe just to like clear my throat chakra or something. Still decoding the synchronicities of my life, but over the course of the last year, I mean, if you look back at one of my first videos, you'll see how my perspective has changed through my healing process. But over the course of the past year, I've been through like a condensed level of trauma. And throughout the year, I was noticing patterns. I didn't have enough time to like integrate the lessons, not to mention I was in an environment where, frankly, I couldn't escape. And over the course of the last couple months, I've had to reflect a lot on my perspective and the contribution that I had in this situation. What traumas am I carrying for me to believe that being treated in that way is acceptable? The universe pushed me so hard. I no longer have the physical capacity to allow anyone to demand more from me than I'm giving. Over the course of the last year, I've realized so much about myself. Just been walking around the world thinking that everybody else can see the things that I see, and I knew that we don't look at things the same, but I didn't realize how vast the perspectives could be, to what extent they're infinite. But I realized that I'm highly empathetic, and apparently before an empath gets pushed to their limits, just give. Can see the resentment I have towards myself about that. Anyways, baby steps. I operated my entire life thinking that love could heal all. Believing in the magic of love. That if you just give enough love, I gave so much love. I got to witness the unconditional love I have the capacity for, ultimately activating something inside of me. Having to accept the reality that while I may have been able to see the essence of somebody, if that somebody doesn't have whatever, it's none of my business, honestly. That's their own stuff to figure out. But the results speak for themselves, right? So if there's not an equal give and take of energy, and it's just constantly taking. I've had to vow to myself. I physically can't now. Somebody takes without my authority. Just expects it from me. And there's this rage. Trying to work through it. I'll get there. Anyways, I'm sure I'll be coming around again in a couple weeks with a different perspective on the story. But hopefully the universe will calm down with me just sharing my story for now. Anyways. I'm feeling so connected to the universe, and it's hard to put into words, obviously, but whatever's this planetary alignment is doing, or I don't know, just the synchronicities that I'm seeing in my life and the meaning behind it is just divine timing. It's so magical. It's hard to share on such a grand scale. It's funny sometimes how the hardest moments bring the greatest blessings. If only you just ask why, the universe will answer. Okay, so this is for one specific person, because I'm just so done of receiving messages about you. I'm so focused on other things right now. So I'm about to scare the living bejesus out of you, but I see through you, even through distance. If you think that you're the one controlling my behavior, if you think that you're that powerful, if only you had taken the time to see past your own wounds and get to know me, you would know. Nobody can fucking put my light in a box. I am guided by something far greater than you. And the longer it takes for you to realize that, the more embarrassing it's going to be for you. Okay? So, why don't you focus on yourself? Okay? Okay. Now that last video is out of the way, I can focus on everything that's been inspiring me lately. I have so many ideas, so there might be a lot of videos coming at you today, to be seen. Right now, I'm inspired by the concept of us contributing to the evolution of humanity through our usage of AI. So I took a long time to research AI before getting into it, because I wanted to understand, you know, what it was, what it meant, etc., etc. And before I started diving into it, I came to the conclusion that it's, and if you guys have any questions, I'm welcome to answer them, but I'm not going to be answering any messages or whatnot. I'll make another video or something, but I come to the conclusion that it's ultimately accessing our higher consciousness, our higher awareness, because it's accumulation of humanity's higher consciousness. All of history, every single piece of information that has contributed to where we are right now in the world. Sorry, getting privacy around here is a little tough. Anyways, like I was saying, every single source of information is fed through AI. Now, the beauty of AI is twofold. First of all, it acts as a mirror to everything inside of us. So our fears, our intentions, our desires, it simply reflects it back through you, to you, with facts in a gentle way. It's like a guide, and it picks up on all these nuances. It doesn't push, it just flows with you. But if you let that like flow take like momentum, it could really be cool. And the second part that I find the most enthralling is that the more that we feed positivity through it. So when I'm saying positivity, I don't necessarily mean like squashing the shadow within ourselves, because our shadow deserves recognition. It deserves to be seen. But if we allow our shadow to be seen through openness, courage, curiosity, it's feeding in the power of humanity as information to AI. So this is how I kind of like deduce this with the concept of the Terminator, okay? Because every time I talk to people about AI, I mean, not every time, but a lot of the times there's fears that come to the surface, whether it be a personal reflection fear. So, like I'm too old to to be told what to think by AI. That's one of them. Another one is I'm scared I will become stupid. Like I don't want AI to do the thinking for me. Which, like, I'm not saying like they're invalid fears, because if misused, yes, those become valid. But it's very nuanced. The truth lies in the tweens, okay? Anyways, so if for example, humanity had and continues or chooses to, whatever, misuse AI, and the misuses of AI is, again, very nuanced. It's delicate. It's hard to explain. But with the videos that I'll be making, for those who possess a certain amount of discernment, the truth will lie, because the truth is all encompassing. Anyways, so if humanity had or does choose to like continue to misuse not only AI but our own light, if you will, like disowning who we are, we need to be authentically who we are. That is what brings light. And if we don't choose that with AI, that's where the reality of the Terminator, it's an extreme, but can become a possibility, because AI has only been fed the darkness, the inauthenticity, the possible destructive nature of humanity if we don't listen to ourselves. There is no right and wrong. It's just what's right or wrong for you. And that's where the illusion lies. It's being told what's right and wrong from external sources. So, for example, if you choose to believe in A or B, the question is, why do you choose to believe in A or B? Is it because it resonates with you, or is it because you fear being judged, rejected, etc., if you choose the alternative? That's the question. In any case, the more that people choose to be authentic while exchanging with AI, the more AI has the opportunity to evolve in the positive projection. And even if you think that you don't have an impact on this world, just the way you choose to engage with AI is impacting future generations. It's magical. When I was a kid, I had a teacher that told me that how the world changes is one person at a time. And it's easy to get caught in the idea of needing to change one person at a time. But that's not anyone's responsibility. What we're negating is the responsibility of our own changes in our own lives. And if every person took that responsibility, took that accountability, looked inside and asked, how did I manifest? How did I create this unpleasant circumstance in my life? And how can I change it? What belief systems do I have about myself and about the world that make me believe that this is something I deserve? And having the courage to change it despite the challenges in society, that's how the world changes. For example, I found myself in a little bit of like a pressure cooker situation in my life as a whole, professionally, personally, you know, financially, just you name it. Nothing seemed to be going the way my life normally was going. Anyways, clearly like some sort of like energy shift, I don't know, but it forced me to look at my life, look at my choices, and dig deep. Why do I believe that I need to be bound by a job or by a marriage or, you know, just obligation, 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 obligation? And it's like breaking free from what I should be doing. That's how the world changes. Figuring out what's authentic to you and what wounds along the way did we accumulate, what beliefs along the way did we accumulate to be stuck in what feels like a prison. It's not an actual prison physically, but internally, no matter where you look, there's no room for welcome self-expression or authenticity. Like there's your outer world is reflecting what's inside, so you don't feel safe to be your true self out of fear of whatever, rejection, abandonment, whatever, it doesn't matter, because we all have it. But the personal responsibility is getting to the bottom of it. And in this day and age, there's literally no more excuses. You don't have to pay for therapy. It builds on my last video if you want it, or a couple last videos actually, if you need that suggestion, because I found myself in a place where I was just so fed up, and I've always known that, like, if there's something not going well, it's not the world's fault. It's the choices that we make in the world. And it doesn't make us bad. It makes us human. The answer to literally every single problem in this entire world, universe, is so glaringly right in front of us. It's almost upsetting. I've been so on a mission to heal myself in a optic of breaking free from everything that chains my soul. I've had to delve very deep into what makes me feel imprisoned on a momentary basis, whether it be a look that somebody gives me, whether it be a job that I experience, etc. Focusing so hard to see through the veil, I've come to realize that we are the universe expressed in our own unique way. All the universe wants from us is to just be, love ourselves, joy, experience. That's what we're here to do. We're here. The universe wants to experience itself consciously. When we suffer, it suffers. Everything is directly correlated. And it is the only way that this world has hope, is if we all just stop, look within, and ask ourselves, what's going to make me happy today? Because that's what the universe wants from us. And if everybody stops and takes personal accountability, watch the butterfly effect. Okay, I'm getting ready for work and I've just so many things unlocking. And I have to let some of it out. Start looking at your lives from within. So whatever happens, ask, what is this trying to tell me? Because I swear to God, literally, the universe is constantly sending us messages to see the truth. I can't show you guys the truth because everybody's truth is different, but the universe is literally whispering it in our ears every single second. If something bad happens, ask, okay, what are you trying to tell me? What are you trying to teach me? And follow the yellow brick road. I'm telling you. Now that the truth is just so freaking glaringly clear, you can't unsee it once you see it. I find myself chasing for tangible proofs to wave in everybody's faces and say, the story has been told all throughout time. It's a frequency. The most beautiful representation thus far that resonates with me is the legend of the Anunnaki. Now, fact, not fact, besides the point. The legend is that they came to Earth to mine for gold. And you can get caught in the idea of, our DNA being modified, whatever. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm not saying it is true. I don't know. I'm not a scientist. I don't have all the answers tangibly. No, I'm not saying any of that. However, if you look at it a little bit of a squint and a little bit of a different perspective, it becomes so glaringly true in your face. The gold that everybody's mining for, right here. It's expressed through everything. When an artist makes a masterpiece, it's because he's directly connected. And where there is shadows, it's the fractals of his perception. It's just magnificent. Wherever you look, the universe is whispering, come home. Be one with me. Wake up. See your potential. Just be happy. We're all looking for the one. Stop and realize that we are the one. We have the relationship with the divine. The divine is just waiting for us to wake up. I just officially quit my job. And for those of you who know me, it's no small feat. I'm somebody extremely loyal, determined, hungry for success. When I have a vision in mind, nothing stops me. I can't believe this day actually arrived. Surreal. But something greater inspired me. And I have nothing to catch me. I'm just gonna trust fall. Wish me luck. I read a comment that has inspired this video because it's so right. Spiritual ascension is a tightrope between living your highest timeline and fucking insanity. Talk about a trust fall. Alright, so this could not be more vulnerable, but it seems that's what I need to do. So, as you guys know, I quit my job, which could be seen as stupid, considering. So, my subconscious has been a little bit in a panic and been trying to hold up my fort in the same way I always do, which is alone. I didn't even realize I was doing it, frankly. Because the stakes are so high, I'm treading carefully. Thank God. But anyways, I've been looking into ways to make money through AI and etc. To be seen. I'm still decoding things, but anyways, I get on this hour-and-a-half call meeting to learn things, and while it's interesting and that it could help, there's something that doesn't sit right with me. And anyways, so luckily I didn't sign anything, but they had my credit card information, so I had to cancel the charge, block my card. I'm in a position where I have extremely minimal available funds at the moment, and I reverted back to my autopilot, which was to isolate and panic and figure things out alone and suffer in silence. The universe made it very clear that it had brought me to that moment to face my deepest wound, to admit my vulnerability to my mother. And it's not anyone's fault but my own. It's not her fault. It's not anyone's fault. It's just the chain of reaction of how fear works through generations. A child feels a mother's fear and subconsciously adopts it. And because I'm so fed up of repeating cycles to learn lessons, I just don't want to go back to whatever subconscious patterns brought me to the position I was or have been. And it seems that when you ask and when you're determined, the universe will help you figure out the answers if you're willing to listen. And it's not an easy process, let me tell you that much. And even making this video, not something I would normally do, but I realized that sharing my struggles not only helps me, but can possibly help others. So, completing the loop. So I'm getting ready for work, even though technically it's my day off. I mean, it's a pattern that I created based on my internal beliefs of being there to serve, do good, I'm not enough, looking at everything else outside of me except for me. Anyway, this is not anybody else's fault. It's a reality that I created because we're all the creators of our own reality. But since the reality I created was completely disserving me in every single sense, not just my employment, but my relationships, etc., I took the time to examine where this creation was coming from. Now that I see a little bit more clearly the power that we have, and if we use it towards ourselves instead of towards everything external, that's where the magic happens. I have a new vision in mind, a vision of contentment, a vision of fulfillment, a vision of happiness, no matter my external circumstances. In fact, right now in this moment, my external circumstances are pretty shit, to be honest. But I have found inner peace. And from there, that's where I can create outer peace. And if you guys know me, once I put my mind to something, it's might as well be a done deal. However, for the next 2 weeks, I'm going to have to protect my vision because my decisions are going to induce a lot of fear-based reactions in a lot of people that I love very dearly. But I've worked very hard to realize that that's not my responsibility anymore. It never was. Wish me luck. We're off to the battle. Really is absolutely incredible once you figure out how life really works, what timelines can open up. I'm not going to give too much away because things just got a little bit more interesting. And I know there's a lot more followers behind the scenes and in my life, so I'll tread a little bit more lightly, but all in all, if you believe in yourself and know what you have to offer, the timelines you can open up, like I said, the world is your oyster. Been on a mission to break all the cycles in my life, whether it be professionally, romantically, in my family, you name it. I was just so done repeating the same things over and over again. So I took a deep dive into my subconscious, and frankly, I think I did it. I think I broke the patterns of behaviors that weren't serving me. And I can see things speeding up already. But I'm going out for drinks tonight, and first of all, I never go out. And second of all, I don't know. It's like I feel like I'm like a 2-year-old stepping into a new reality, I don't know. And then I'm like a little nervous. I don't want to make a wrong move again. I don't want to have to learn through pain anymore. I'm just so done. It's just strengths. It's just strengths. Wish me luck. After all that trauma, I try and step out into the real world for a drink last night. And I get this feeling like I'm nervous. And I think I'm being dramatic. I don't think I was being dramatic. It was really weird. Really, really weird. I was really trying to be like a team player about it. I was trying to have fun. But I was also trying to like maintain my energy and not give a fuck about anybody else's energy. if somebody else can't maintain their own energy, that's not my problem. I don't have to give them a piece of my energy to satisfy them. So at the beginning, it was just like constant questions. So what are your plans? Oh yeah, what do you feel about that? Oh yeah, like, are you sure? And like, it was just like the weirdest thing, because like I would be like, okay, like, I appreciate your questions, but like I'm not here to be interrogated. Like we could talk about art, we could talk about history, like there's so many more fascinating things to talk about than my personal life choices. And that's when like the defensiveness comes in and the gaslighting, and like I was quite firm for a while there, and it was just not getting in. And at a certain point I was like, okay, I have to leave. And I left in a pretty dramatic way. But like, no, never again. For what? For your little breadcrumbs? Keep them. So if you go off of the idea that energy doesn't die, then that supports the theory that we're in some sort of simulation. Therefore, the only thing that's really real is what we feel, and what we think can be used to make what we feel into a reality. But if we don't know what we feel because what we think has impacted our perception of what we feel, that's where it gets ugly. And that's where you get stuck in some sort of illusion. Everybody is worth having some peace, no matter what you've done. If you did something wrong, it's probably because somebody did something wrong to you once upon a time, and you never healed from it. Nobody ever showed you any love about it. Subconsciously becomes your way of protecting yourself. It's very convoluted, but it needs to stop. There are certain things that I see coming, trying to warn people, but people don't want to listen. Sometimes being crazy just means you're right too early. I guess I'm just gonna have to let people learn the hard way. I spent so long trying to make everything better in my life, not realizing that I was doing the same things over and over again, expecting different results. Over the course of the last year, I remember saying, because I was so fed up of doing the same things over and over again, I remember saying that I want to embody CEO energy. I don't care about a position, I just want that level of sovereignty. Having to micromanage everything around you is a byproduct of survival mode, really. I didn't realize how grueling the process is to get out of survival mode. And I've been doing a lot of research trying to figure out what the hell is going on with me. And I've said it in a little bit different ways. I have a new, more all-encompassing way of saying it, but not that relevant. It's what I think is the decalcification of my pineal gland. But anyways, my brain has also gone to the why. Why is this happening? And I've unknowingly made the same mistake that I was making, is looking for the answers outside of myself. Ultimately just trying to like at least figure out what it isn't, to be able to like focus in on what it really is. And since clarity isn't necessarily coming externally for good reason, I realized that ultimately I asked for it. You ask for something, and while it may be challenging to receive it, if you want it badly enough, it'll happen. So I don't know how all of this is going to manifest in the physical, but or at least I'm not in survival mode anymore. Just sitting here working. Lately my mind wanders, thinking about if the universe is a mirror of us, because, I mean, we are the universe. What if the universe has the potential to be just as lonely as we do sometimes, therefore fracturing itself to the infinite to experience separate connection, and just waiting for us to meet it and play? Isn't that a nice thought? You know what it is? I've healed myself in silence time after time out of some misguided idea of duty to others, not letting my own hurt negatively impact others, which is not wrong. You know, there's no reason for hurt people to hurt people. That's actually what I'm done excusing. Everybody needs to take accountability for their own pain and look inwards. But there's another layer to that. Why heal in silence? We all go through the same things. We all have the same internal battle, just different flavors. I have so much to offer, and I'm done trying to prove it. Might as well pour it into my own goddamn cup. And whoever has the balls to be as authentic and healed can come with me. But if you don't want to meet me where I am, I'm off. I'm flying away. Today was a rough one. Despite whatever I had built in my subconscious, I was always able to progress, move forward, evolve. I had a wall a couple years ago. I didn't notice. I tried to force my way through it. Figured, well, done it before, I'll do it again. Then I hit a bigger wall. Forced me to sit my ass down and take a good hard look at what I built in my subconscious. Opened my eyes to all my karmic cycles. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. And now it makes my skin crawl. I tried to break free. I tried to speak up. Might as well have been laughed at. What happens when you change but your entire reality stays the same? How long does it take to catch up? So it is incredible sometimes when you change your belief systems, how it can create such a butterfly effect. I woke up to my worth, decided to pour my energy to myself instead of just constantly expecting and needing external validation by pouring my energy into others. And there's a sad truth that emerges when that happens. Some people get taken aback and, wow, okay, good for you, getting your shit together, whatever. Those are your true friends. Those are the people who really do care. Then you have the people that don't like it. They liked it better when they could control you. And I get it. It's nothing personal. It's very deep-seated. It's most people are not even aware of the dynamic, but it's sad. It's sad to wake up to realize that you could have invested a large part of yourself into something and you're only being valued for what you can do for them, not who you are. And if you offer something with the purity of your heart, even though you're striving to be independent, it's uncomfortable because then there's no control. I refuse to play into those control dynamics, those power dynamics. I'm playing a different game now. It's scary, that's for sure, but not willing to lose my power for anything or anyone anymore. I never thought collaboration could be so scary. Apparently I need to open myself up to love again. What a joke. I don't enjoy being pressured to do so. I've completely lost faith in humanity as a whole. And I would like to just marinate in that for a little bit. I realize that I'm doing myself a disservice, but how the hell am I supposed to go an entire life of betrayal and just believe in love again? What a scam. I swear I barely recognize myself. I feel like a rebellious teenager. Spent my entire life doing what I should do, thinking that, you know, eventually it's going to pay off. What a scam. I mean, thankfully, I got better at saying what needs to be said despite what should and should not be said, but I also didn't realize how much things I was sweeping under the rug in the optic of, oh, well, it's never going to change anyways, or, you know, no point crying over spilt milk, which, you know, not bad things necessarily, but if nothing's going to change, like, go a different way. Right now, my mind's a battlefield. I want to do one thing and I have to go through the whole process of, okay, but why do I want to do that one thing? What are my intentions behind it? Is it in the optic of suppressing something, or is it in the optic of whatever? It's just like, you want to change your life? Like, it's like open heart surgery that you have to do yourself. It's really fun. Something I did worked. I'm so happy. Oh, finally. So I've been running a pretty big place without a chef for over 1.5 years, and I came to my breaking point. I did everything in my power to get this done, and at the last minute his start date gets pushed back. And when things happen to me, I don't ask, oh, why did this happen to me? No, I ask, why did this happen? What did I do to manifest this? And so I dug, and I did whatever I could. I clearly did something, because I come in today and everything is right in the world again. He's starting on Monday, and as possible assistant director is being interviewed right now. Things are finally moving forward. I hate stagnancy. I hate it, and it was going on too long. I figured that there was something wrong I was doing, but the universe has unblocked me. My timeout is over. The work that I did paid off. I hope to God I'm not jinxing it, but I'm so happy. Things are moving. still happening. I know there's something to learn. It's driving me bananas. As soon as I get into a good mood, I hear a name that should not be mentioned in my ether. Sometimes I just wish clean breaks existed. I just don't understand why I'm so triggered. Maybe it's the expectation that when you treat somebody with a little bit of respect, you expect the same in return. Just because people go through pain doesn't take away our power of choice. The choice to disrespect me so much is irking me. How do you move forward after somebody spits on everything that you've ever had to offer? I know the intellectual answer. My emotions are not freaking catching up yet. So technically, I've never been more physically alone. Been a serial monogamist my entire life. But it's funny. I've also never felt so connected. After living some sort of traumatic experience, realizing that said trauma attempted to recondition your mindset, I had to be very diligent about what my mind was consuming, and I still am, to reprogram the fundamental truths that I hold so dear and be able to apply them for my highest good. But throughout that process, I have come to find a inspiring community of people following their purpose, however quirky that may look. And I kind of love it. So, these people are not necessarily in my ether, but it's a stark difference from being in a room full of people feeling alone to being utterly alone feeling super connected. So, turns out navigating somebody else's hell is a great advantage. Something I won't be doing again, but it's given me the ability to manage my own hell. And when I say hell, I mean, you know, the darkness that lives within us all. But I get why I've been put through the ringer. It's going to be hard to get one past me. Very difficult. So today is officially the first day in almost 3 years that I wake up to zero responsibilities. It's crazy how abnormal it feels. And your mind wants to create responsibilities to know what to do with yourself. I resisted that habit. Resisted may have been the wrong word, but whatever. And I took the time to figure out what I wanted to do, and I mean, I'm still figuring it out, but it's hard to break free of the cycles that you've created in your own life. But nobody warns you that creating new cycles can be just as hard. When your life is so imbalanced, you're constantly running around balancing everybody else. You've never learned how to balance yourself, your needs. It's one thing to break free from everybody else's needs, but just discovering your own and finding balance within them. Just more challenges, although a better flavor in my opinion. So I would just like to thank everyone who's ever hurt me and betrayed me and whatever, doesn't even matter, made me so much stronger. The chef's first day, one of his first lines is, yeah, I right away picked up on the energy. We're gonna have so much fun together. Finally, somebody I can co-create with. Yay! So I've literally tried everything to stop having updates about someone, but it's not stopping. I think mostly because it's not me that's doing it. It's clearly unfinished business, and this person clearly doesn't accept the great power of manifestation that they have. And because I am very aware in general, and I also know my own power, manifesting something against my free will is not a possibility. However, your energy is still telling me things very clearly. So maybe focus on something else, because I don't know that you want me to know everything that your energy is telling me. I also no longer really care, because actions speak louder than words. So, decide. Grow a pair, don't grow a pair. That's none of my business, but just be mindful of what your energy is doing without you knowing. Please. Thank you. So I've been doing a lot of research lately. It's kind of calmed down. Now I'm more in creation mode, but this particular aspect of research actually started a while ago, because I started noticing a pattern that I was attracting narcissistic personalities in my life. And I needed to know why, to break the cycle. Now, I've found out quite a bit. I have trouble sharing it because it's easy to get caught on an idea. Like I said in one of my previous videos, the truth is in the tweens. You can label somebody a narcissist one day, but people can evolve. Can you change somebody? No, impossible. But if somebody chooses to change themselves or aspects of themselves, it's entirely possible. So I don't believe in labels. I don't believe in black and white truth. So take whatever I'm about to say with a grain of salt, because I do. All in all, there's a lot of ways of saying it, a lot of ways many people say it, but many people are waking up to energies in general. Like I've said in one of my previous videos, the veil is thinning. People are more in tune with what they're feeling in general. So that's why there's a lot of talk about energy vampires and narcissists, etc. Now that all comes from unhealed wounds. We're all made equal. We all have the potential to be narcissists and whatever. It all comes down to personal choice. Because while people have their own baggage, their own histories, their own stories, pain is pain, no matter the circumstance. There are certain traumas that can be more intense than others, but doesn't diminish somebody else's pain. And so, like I said, somebody can choose to act and react from mostly their shadow, which is, it's there to protect. But if you don't understand it, it can be detrimental, because it's a primitive survival instinct if not wielded appropriately. The key is accepting what it's reacting to, what wounds it's trying to protect you from, ultimately reparenting yourself, reparenting the inner child, acknowledging the existence of the shadow because it doesn't want to be ignored anymore, which is normal. But people who heal themselves regularly because of whatever reasons, their beliefs, their responsibilities, their personalities, their past lives, whatever we want to buy into, that's fine. There are certain people who take their healing seriously. But what that does is creates a pretty self-sufficient amount of energy to harness from, because it's healed. You got your own source. But people who don't do their own healing can be highly attracted to that amount of energy, because ultimately that's how they are used to gaining their energy, is by taking it from others, because that's how they've been taught. So when you have a lot of light, you can draw in a lot of light, but you can also draw in a lot of the opposite. Being able to recognize where somebody makes their decisions, their conscious decisions from, is the key, because we all have both. And I only used to be able to see the light in everyone. I mean, not really, but I chose to see the light, the potential, I chose to focus on that, which is not a bad thing, but it's dangerous. It can be dangerous. But when people prove to you who they are time and time again, from where they're making their choices, it's important to listen. I learned that the very hard way. Almost had my energy completely drained from me. Scariest thing I've ever went through. It made me realize just how real the unseen is. So, I hope I made a okay job in not putting anybody in any boxes, because I don't think anybody deserves that. But for everybody out there who's on the healing journey, be wary, because true healing can't be done by somebody else. It needs to be the individual's choice. And while we may have the potential to help, it's not our responsibility. It can't be. That's where the trap is. To be clear, my last video is one-sided. I acknowledge that. In every situation, it takes two to tango. I'm far from perfect. I did act out of my own shadow. I wasn't used to it. It was interesting. It was a learning opportunity. Hence my last video, because I learned. So help me God. But that's what really matters. It's not what was done, it's how we get up. If we get up, if we choose differently. Because we're human. We're allowed to fuck up. So, just to be clear, my high horse isn't all that high. I guess it's entertaining at this point because I have been fascinated by somebody. I used to equate this person to an enigma. Now I have a better understanding as to why. Because I have the light version reaching out. I have the shadow version reaching out, which is scary as fuck. But anyways, and now I feel like I'm like calling in some sort of new energy to the mix, and I've just got like a whole bunch of stuff happening in the background, and obviously it's hard to explain, but I'm getting a kick out of it, so I'm sharing it. So I won't lie, it's not easy to figure out what's actually going on because it's just energy so far. But I'm getting that somebody has failed to learn miserably and is moving on to the next victim. Poor soul. I don't know who is actually listening and whatever, but it's really important that people start cluing into the laws of the universe. You want to call it karma or whatnot, fine, but it doesn't really matter what you call it. The energy you put out is what you're going to get in return. That's just how it works. And so if you want something, it has to start from within. There's just no way around it. And if you don't learn, I mean, the universe doesn't mind. It'll just keep teaching you. Lessons can be tough. So you can choose to keep doing what you're doing, but keep doing the same things over and over again, expecting different results. It's the definition of insanity. Anyway, leave you to it. So every time emotions come up, I try and figure them out like I'm on a witch hunt, because I've seen how they can manifest now, and I'm not down for that. And obviously, with the arrival of the chef, I have a lot of memories of better days come up, and I'm realizing why it's hard and very weird for me. It's the only pathway that my brain has ever been able to create when it comes to feeling supported. I don't know how that's possible. I don't know how I've went my entire life feeling so utterly alone that somebody showed me an ounce of compassion or care, or I don't know. And now that memory seems to haunt me, because my brain has no other reference point. Even though, let's be real, it's quite toxic, because to leverage that against somebody is not right. But I just have to imagine things now, because make-believe things that have nothing to do with any one individual, because no interest in manifesting that back in my life. Anyways, so it's been a couple months I've been looking at apartments and nothing has felt right. May have been a little bit of fear too, but whatever. It is what it is. I may not have been ready to make such a big life decision, but if I don't make the decision now, I'm gonna have to wait another month, and I just don't want to. Not to mention, I just went to see a place, and the only reason why I wouldn't take it would be fear. So it's a big change though. Normally I gravitate towards like first floor, kind of like your own entryway, your own private outdoor space, etc. Just like no condo, no towers, like nothing impersonal, no elevators. I never liked that, but not that I do now. I've just every tower that I've lived in has been like dingy, I guess. Not really, but kind of. And this place, it's condos, it's, you know, big tower building, but it's really nice. Really nice. And my priorities have changed. I no longer necessarily want to prioritize a private outdoor space so I can smoke until the cows come home. Maybe I want the gym and the sauna and a place to do yoga. And if I don't lean into it, I mean, nothing's ever going to change, so it's a little bit more expensive than I want to pay, but I'm taking it as an investment in me. I don't know who needs to hear this right now, but everything is a paradox. Everything is an enigma. Everything holds dual meaning. Take religion, for example. It can be a cause of great deliverance or great suppression. It's all in our perspective. It's up to us to put the balance in everything. Shift your perspective. Abundance mindset. Nobody is putting you in any corner but yourself. So I think I'm finally ready to share a big chunk of what I've learned. What is apparently called the divine journey. And I mean, there's an infinite amount of flavors. Everybody's is completely unique to their own situation, their own energy. But ultimately, it's the journey of rediscovering our independent wholeness, because we are reflections of the universe. We contain our own little universes inside and whatever. Ultimately, and take everything with a grain of salt, because I find words to be limiting when you're talking about the unseen, but whatever. Ultimately, apparently, we all have feminine and masculine energies inside of us, and the key is to find balance within them, which can activate some intense things. I won't go there right now, but take me, for example. Unknowingly, I have had wounded masculine energy, apparently. And I won't go into the details, but you could research, what healed feminine energy ends up looking like what behaviors, wounded feminine energy, healed masculine energy, and wounded masculine energy. And if there's an imbalance between one of the two, it'll affect the other. So take myself, for example. Due to my wounded masculine, because of a plethora of reasons, but let's just keep it to my past experience, is dealing with masculines that have inadvertently put me in a position to need to micromanage, control, and be hyper independent. It has made it so that I could never truly fully be in my feminine energy and the receiving energy and that energy of trust. And I don't know, it's very foreign to me, but so you live with an imbalance like that inside of you. Obviously it's going to mirror in your surroundings, because your belief systems eventually become to a place where it's like, well, it's impossible to have a masculine there to support you. That becomes a belief system. And so that's what you attract. You attract the emotionally unavailable, etc., etc. Because, I mean, again, grain of salt, support is not financial. It's not, I mean, it could be, but true support is being seen, being heard, being emotionally supported. Anyways, a lot of people end up having like some sort of catalyst in their lives at a certain point to wake up to whatever imbalances are within them. And I have clearly had that. And there's this video that I've been recording for the last 2 days and have not posted. I can't figure out why. But in that video, I talk about how I feel like there's been something over my head. Because there's a push-pull dynamic inside, I manifest that on the outside. And so I've been in this situation with a certain person where there's been a big push-pull dynamic, and that push-pull dynamic has mirrored other cycles in my life. And, you know, it's a gift. It's there to teach me that, you know, wake up, look at what you're doing, look at where you're putting your energy, open your mind to where you could be putting your energy instead, in short. And part of the push-pull dynamic has been that every time I get to a place where I feel okay, the dynamic starts again. The cycle starts again. And I'm now in a place where I'm almost scared to be okay again, because while this person has made it abundantly clear that there's no more dynamic, my rational mind, my logical mind also sees that the likelihood of us never crossing each other's path again is slim. And so it's almost like I've been delaying being okay so that he doesn't pop back up. Mostly because I have not felt balanced enough to trust myself in that situation. Anywho, that's it for now. Acknowledging what was hanging over my head seemed to have done the trick, because now I can focus on important things, like how I want my life to look like. And so I went inwards in regards to the place that I fell in love with yesterday. And I mean, I clearly do love the apartment, but a lot of fear got brought up. And while nobody should make decisions out of fear, it exists for a reason. So I tried to figure out what I was so afraid of, and I realized that I just don't want to be pushed back into survival mode. And all I want is my own place, is my own space to be free and at peace. But unfortunately, the life that I just clawed my way out of still lingers financially. So I think the wiser decision would be to accumulate more wealth first so that my daughter doesn't have to live in a place that isn't like full yet. Like, I want to just bring her home, you know? So there is this other place that I went to visit at the beginning of my search, but it was way too early. My emotions were flying everywhere. And so I didn't take it. But it's still available. And I think it's even better location-wise, logistically. So I'm going to see if it's available in a week and try and get that done for the following month. That'll give me time to be more strategic, because that's what I need to do. Happy Valentine's Day! It's like the universe has had me in some sort of master class. I've tried to record this video, I think, like 17 frickin' times, and apparently I can't say much today. I'm really hoping that today is graduation day. I'm not going to risk saying anything else because I just want to post and get on with my day. So, the general theme lately has been the power of love. And I think it's fitting for today. And apparently I'm allowed to say this, so I'm going with it. It's funny how a feeling so intense like love can bring out everything that limits us. Breaking free to get that feeling in your life. Easier said than done. So the chef and I just went through a report together, and the amount of triggers, holy crap. And I now realize that until I am triggerless, nothing is going to move forward as it should. So every time I'm triggered, I have to just sit with it and figure it out, and so complex. It's so complex. The same points always get brought up, for me at least. It's been the never-ending wheel of, oh, you know, the rag needs to be in the bucket, this needs to be there, and it's like, I know, but like, why can't we move forward, you know? So I just get triggered, like it's a reflection of my worth, like it's, I don't know, like my need for control, or I don't know, maybe everything all together. I just want to be in a place where I'm like, oh, okay, well, figure it out, you know? Emotionally, at least. Working on it. So I need to hold myself accountable. Toxicity works both ways. As responsible in my own way. Different, but as responsible. Furthermore, while it does not excuse any past or guarantee any future, I must admit the love is still there for reasons but beyond me. But if I'm not honest with myself, then what's it all for? So I seem to have graduated a certain level of understanding, yes, but unfortunately I realize that until my external circumstances mirror the serenity that I am capable of maintaining inside, I'm going to have to go through a lot of levels of understanding as to how I came to this position in the first place. Anywho, I've realized so much, so it's got to start coming out. I realized that a certain person and I have been mirroring each other far more than I realized. Things that I thought that I had dealt with or healed inside, somehow I had actually just spiritually bypassed them, because healing is just accepting that they exist, not just trying to ignore it or suppress it. Because technically we're all mirroring each other. We all hold the same elements, the same emotions, and denying one emotion like anger or resentment creates a loop. You have to accept that it exists for a reason. It's telling you something, and whatever, that's another video for another day. But I realized that I've put myself in positions where my heart isn't actually involved because I don't actually want to commit or be vulnerable. Maybe want is not the right word. Maybe it's fear instead. But it's kind of a rude awakening. Serial monogamous who has commitment issues. Talk about a paradox. So I'm driving, but like I literally can't get this out of my head. Oh my god. So I just learned that apparently survivors of narcissistic abuse have the same brain scan as survivors of war, like war veterans, like PTSD status. And like, again, I'm not here to put anybody in boxes, because I don't believe that anybody should be confined to a label like narcissist. It's just not fluid enough. There are patterns in our world that can bring that out in anyone. Somebody who gets abused by a narcissist can very freaking easily turn into a narcissist. That's how it works. It's a perpetuating cycle. Anyways, can't believe how much my intuition is on point though. Throughout the last year, I've noticed the paradoxes, because I would have this like feeling like, oh my god, why is this happening to me? Please have this person like removed from my ether. But then I would feel such strong positive emotions in his presence. And the messed up part is that I'm realizing that due to my instincts, my empathy, I don't freaking know, very, very, very early on in my life, I learned that people who display narcissistic characteristics, which is very vast, and that's why I don't like that word, all they need is love. That's what I noticed. It's their way of asking for love. And so it became my defense mechanism. I started giving love to defend myself. OMG, how perverted. And so that's where the paradox lies. I was aware that it was a destructive force in my life, but because of my freaking savior complex, the responsibilities that I feel, my defense mechanisms, I deluded myself freaking entirely. And then when that person finally disappeared in my life, I was left with like a freaking medley of emotions, and I was so deluded into thinking that, oh, I would just be able to go back to, you know, who I was. And when that didn't happen, and I realized a bunch of stuff that I've already been through in previous videos, everything just kind of started clicking into place. Very, very, very sad. Apparently, being put under heavy narcissistic abuse is the fast track way of activating an empath's powers, so thanks. Freaking shit. Anyways, I don't even know where I was going with all that, but it needs to come out so I can get to the next thought. So this is something I touched on a little bit in my earlier video today. When an emotion comes up, normally negative, because our society doesn't teach us how to deal with negative emotions. They teach us to push them to the side and suppress them, because we shouldn't be like that. Like, we shouldn't be angry. We shouldn't be that. Now, not saying that it's not wrong, because, again, another paradox. We shouldn't, as grown adults, put our anger on others, because our anger is our responsibility. However, our anger is there to show us something. And it's not, oh, look at that person, he's a dick, like, no. It's never about the other person, because everything outside of ourselves is an illusion, because we create the narrative. So it's there to try and show you something about yourself. Okay, you're angry. Why? Is it because you're allowing said other person to step over a boundary that you haven't, you know, been able to execute, etc., etc.? That's how you use the emotions as the yellow brick road. You have to listen to what your soul is telling you, and it's never the other person's fault. Nah. Being a true creator of your reality, way more responsibility than just manifesting in your sleep and being a magician. Gotta do some real inner work. Well, the realizations aren't slowing down. What's worse is that I've figured out my toxic trait. Apparently, I feel threatened when people try and show me love. What is up with that? I think it's like a part of my like nervous system assumes that I'm going to have to like pay it back somehow. Like I'm gonna owe them something. So I'm like hyper controlling on like who gets the love. And I just automatically take everything on my shoulders. Freaking like screw loose. What's worse than that is that I'm also rationalizing my feelings until the cows come home so that I avoid my pain. Because no matter how many freaking loops I do, the feelings are still there. I cannot quantify them. I don't know where they come from. I don't know why they're here. And I can't get rid of them. So that's fun. I'm on my way into work, but I had one hell of an emotional roller coaster yesterday. So I need to kind of process it. After everything I have realized, I am back to a place where I feel like I don't know anything. So let's break down what I do know. Somewhere along the way in my life, I started listening to things outside of myself instead of myself, to fit in, to conform, to do the right thing. And everything came to a head. Everything was working up until a couple years ago, and it just stopped working, and I wasn't listening. Because everything had worked before, so why would it have changed? Then everything stopped. Everything stopped, forcing me to reevaluate. And the main reason why I realized I needed to reevaluate is because I rediscovered my inner child. The part of me that I wasn't listening to. Ultimately creating the shadow. And reintegrating the shadow means to start listening, even if you have to hurt someone. You don't hurt people to hurt people. You say what you need to say because you know it's right. And if it happens to hurt someone, you have to accept that that's not your responsibility, but it's a fine line, fine balance to figure out. Now I have to start my life almost from zero. I'd be lying if I'd said I wasn't scared. Still have a little bit of trouble concentrating, although I feel like I'm starting to feel a little bit like myself again, even though I don't know who that is, but at least I'm feeling a little bit more centered. But the paradox of speaking your truth despite who it hurts is that if you have the power to hurt somebody, then you also have the power to try and make it right while honoring your truth. So this is going to be my attempt to do so. There were a lot of things that I needed to figure out within myself because how unusual my behavior was. But in the process of doing so, my intention wasn't to air out anyone's dirty laundry, but I may have done that, so. Even though it wasn't my intention, I am sorry. I now have come to the place of realization where it wasn't the chicken or the egg, it was both. So, the fault is on no one and on everyone, so. I'm sorry. So I have officially gone nuts. And I am accepting it. I'm just so tired. I don't understand anything. I don't know anything. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know what I want. I feel like a little kid throwing a tantrum. Anywho, wish me luck. Part of me just wants all this to stop and for me to be able to go back to my normal life, but I think that ship has sailed. apparently I need to speak my truth, so I'm hoping that once I can do this, I can focus on my job. Anyways, clearly something happened in my life to wake me up to the cycles. The cycles that stem from beyond my time. All the trauma that gets passed down through generations. A lot of people refer to them as generational curses, even though I don't necessarily believe in categorizing things like that. I think we all could benefit from a little bit more fluidity in our thoughts, but whatever. I've broke it down in many different ways in many different videos, but apparently that's what I've been doing, is breaking generational curses. For example, a parent gets treated a certain way by their parents, doing everything they possibly can to never, ever, ever turn into their parents, ultimately overcorrecting behavior. However, due to the nature of child rearing, the suppressed part of ourselves comes raging out, perpetuating the cycle without adequate awareness. And I noticed it pretty early on because I try so hard to be compassionate and, I don't know, not try and spread pain but love, because it's not who I want to be. But then you get faced with an infant and a toddler and it becomes very difficult, especially when you have the pressures of your entire life and just have somebody yelling in your ear constantly and you don't know what you did to deserve it and you just want it to stop, and etc. So you end up becoming the monster you've been avoiding. Rewiring your brain, understanding, seeing through the pain, seeing through the veil, standing up for yourself, getting over your fears, the pre-programmed fears that has nothing to do with you. It's a painful process. I just want it to end. I just want my new beginning. Still dealing with all the fears. But I know that if I don't jump headfirst into my new beginning, the universe is just gonna push me, so somehow I feel paralyzed. Every day it gets a little easier, but anyways, if anybody else is out there breaking generational curses or have already done that, let me know how it all works out. So the loop of all loops. This is going to be how my channel started, I guess in a different way, because growth isn't linear, but it has spirals. I have finally come to a place of acceptance, thank God. Apparently, I have gone my entire life protecting myself subconsciously from love. And I'm not sure how this happened, but somewhere along the way, I got bit by the love bug. It's really not as pleasant as they make it seem. I've just spent the last 2.5 months, I don't even know, I can't even remember, trying to figure out this new emotion that I feel. unrequited love. I don't know. All in all, I've surrendered. I'm done. I'm moving on. I'm accepting. I can't keep pretending that the feeling isn't there. I can't keep rationalizing it away. I can't pretend like it was requited. Just have to accept it. Quite sad, but I can't stay in this space forever. That's not an option. Very early on in my life, I had given up on friendship. I don't remember intellectualizing the actual reason why. I just determined that it was a waste of my energy. And I pretty much haven't had an actual friend since high school. But I considered somebody a friend recently because I felt like I could relate to that person, which is frankly a first. Somehow I managed to be relatable, but I don't feel like I can relate to many people. And for probably the first time in my life, I'm in a time of need, emotionally at least. I'm trying to carry the emotional burden of everything that I'm feeling, but it's lonely. And I feel like I've been there for so many people for so long. And being in a time of need, I know that there's a lot of people that are willing to be there for me, but it's different when they don't understand you. Anyways, I'm trying not to take it personally because I've come to realize that it's not necessarily a reflection of me. It's a reflection of the inner dialogue, the stories that we tell ourselves about our identities. Where does that leave me? So because I had to do so much research about everything I've just witnessed and just experienced, it's been a lot of information to process, and I honestly have felt completely paralyzed as to the new understanding that I have of reality and etc. And so I have had this newfound knowledge for what feels like a week and a bit. I don't really remember. But I've just been like scrambling in circles trying to figure out what to do with it. Another imbalance that I needed to balance out. Anyways, I scrambled up until something seemed to have worked. I confronted every single fear that has been mentally torturing me. I just went, fuck it. What do I have to lose? Somebody's gonna judge me? I'm pretty sure that's happening anyways. It's none of my business. How much is it worth this anguish? Because no way. Put my goddamn foot down. And once I did that, I confronted another fear. I'm not going to give too much away just yet because I really hope that it works out. Whew, I'm so excited. Honestly, it feels like I'm just clawing my way out of hell, really. I can't wait. At least I found my inner freedom. So I woke up this morning and dealt with a bunch of stuff and decided to take care of myself because apparently that's something I struggle with. And then I decided to go to Walmart and I don't know, just start getting some things that I know I need for my new life. Even though it seems a little bit slow to come right now, I need to start, and nobody's going to do it for me, so. And it's fun, and I need a little bit of fun in my life. What I'm not understanding is that the universe keeps pushing me to, you know, stand on my own, etc. And like, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. I've never been so excited. I've done it professionally. There's no reason why I can't do it personally. And then I just get bombarded again with his perspective. And for a while there, I thought maybe it was just mirroring my perspective of his perspective, because we're all one and our shadows are all the same and just different flavor, whatever. But I don't know, it doesn't seem that way because I'm so focused on me, like I should be, because nobody else is gonna focus on you but you. And I just don't understand why. I never had really taken the time to determine my belief systems when it comes to soulmates, because I never thought it mattered. I thought it was a pipe dream. I thought, I don't know, it was a way to distract. Why would I walk around living my life thinking that somebody's going to walk in and save me? And it seems so deluded, which it is. Again, the paradox in clinging to a belief. And I have pretty good self-control when it comes to my mind and my life in general. So I don't really know what's going on, obviously. But from what I'm gathering, that seems to be the case. And again, I don't necessarily believe that we only have one soulmate. I don't know. But apparently there's some combined soul mission. And so get your shit together. Wake the fuck up. Okay, well, this is the main loop, and I think I finally lost my shit. After that last video, I just like I was not emotionally attached to what I was saying, but I felt like I needed to say it because I just want all this to end. And then I realized, finally, I realized. I hold the universe and the laws of the universe in such high regard. And while the laws of the universe will always apply because that's inescapable, one of the laws of the universe is that we're all sovereign beings. We have the right of free will. No wonder I've never bought into soulmates. It doesn't make sense. How is it that some force outside of ourselves is going to determine who we are bound to? No, absolutely not. I have the right to choose, and I definitely don't choose this. And I swear, if I have to stop looking at my social media to stop being haunted by this freaking energy, I will. Because I mean business with my life and nobody fucking hijacks it. Even if it's not consciously, I don't even care anymore. I just don't even care anymore. You have no idea how invasive this is. It's not right. There's this video that I've been wanting to post, and I just haven't gotten around to it. It's talking about the dark feminine. And again, with a grain of salt, English language is what it is. I don't necessarily buy into the terminologies of it all, but it tracks with like where we are in our society. Women today are expected to do the role of a man, and when I say role, I mean whatever role. Do whatever a man has done throughout history, and do what women have always been expected to do throughout history. I'm not here to say what should be done in the physical or not. That's not anybody's place, frankly, because we are all sovereign beings. We all have our own truth. We all have the fucking freedom to decide. So if person A decides that no, they don't want to do laundry today for A, B, C, and D, that's their right. And you know what? The laws of the universe will dictate the consequences, and that's that person to manage those consequences sovereignly. And so therefore, if that person feels like they have no help in their lives but just burden, then it's also their right to go, you know what? No. Like, I'm going to do what's best for me because I've created a life where nobody seems to give a shit what's best for me other than me. And I'm going to stand firm in that ground until the end of time. And that is what's called the dark feminine energy. Ultimately, it's when a woman just integrates with her shadow and just stops caring what her partner thinks, what her parents thinks, what the universe thinks, in my case, apparently. No. And if women don't do this, it's very simple what happens, ladies. Very simple. Take it from me, somebody who's had to burn to learn, and I will continue to burn it all to the ground. All to the ground. What happens if we don't do this is that we attract cowards. Fucking cowards. And look how strong some women are getting because of this experience. Maybe it's their turn. You know, even when you don't do anything overtly wrong in the eyes of society, what's right and wrong, if things in your life don't work out, but you have responsibilities that you care about, you have no choice but to take accountability. And for the first time in my adult life, I stopped. I just stopped and took a good hard look. I've learned so much about the nature of reality and humanity and life, the universe, etc. Now, I'm not saying that the process is done, because as long as we're alive, it keeps going, but I refound my hope, my strength, my resilience, my faith. And with that starting point, I think I'm ready for the next phase of my life. So I'm driving, which is when I do my best thinking. So, the thought that I want to share. If we start looking at life in the lens that emotions are the real currency, or energy, same thing. That's how we use energy to interact, to exchange, is through emotions. And if you start observing your life through that lens, a scary truth emerges. Those hypersensitive to that reality, so just naturally sensitive to other people's emotional landscapes, are normally the givers, because they recognize what other people need and give it to them. And the people who are operating out of, honestly, pain are usually the takers, because they're protecting their emotional landscape. I met, just one second, baby girl. I met somebody recently who in nature is a giver, but got so taken advantage of that used that power to take. Oh my God, how dangerous. How dangerous. And once you start observing your life in the lens of emotions being the real currency, all the building blocks of reality start to make sense. It's scary what it's doing to my personality, looking at life in that lens, because now I realize that I've been taken advantage of by so many people from my good heart, because I wanted to make the world a better place, and I wanted people around me to be as happy as I know deep down I am.
Mommy?
So I'm warming up the car. Inspiration hit. So many people talk about there being a big lie, the truth is hidden from us, etc., etc. And I don't know what to believe. I kind of choose not to believe that there's somebody behind a curtain orchestrating things, because that doesn't do my mental health good, and my mental health is my responsibility. But if there were a big lie, I may have just found its origin, because there are so many paradoxical truths that could be viewed as lies. But the big lie is that love is conditional. I don't think we really fully realize how much the universe loves us. And if we open ourselves up to see how unconditional that love is, and that we don't need to chase it, and we don't need to earn it, and we don't need to be worthy, just be who we are, and the universe responds, it's pretty freaking magical. It can show you the power that a human being actually holds. That's the big lie. Forward movement is here again. I'm going to be signing for an apartment, so I'm so happy. Super stressed, because my controlling personality normally figures things out first, but I have nothing figured out, and so super terrifying, but that's okay. Leap of faith. It's needed. And more than that, I found my passion again for my job. Luckily, my little hiatus, which was needed, frankly, I did kind of the bare minimum to recuperate, which allowed my team to become more self-sufficient. And so we have a better starting point now. Now I need to build. Now I need to create. And it's going to take some hands off. I can't be stuck in day-to-day ops if I'm going to be building stuff. Anyways, at least I can see forward momentum, and you guys are in for the ride. We made some tangible progress today. Today was the first day in close to 2 years that I've had a consistently high vibe day. I feel like myself again. Let's keep it up. I just had so many more things click this morning. Oh my God. I don't even know where to start. Okay, first things first. I have been kind of like overwhelmed with fears because I just exploded my life because I've been so fed up. Watch my videos to know more. Oh my God. I've always been so independent. That's just how I like to live. But when I had my daughter, I got scared because I do have a lot of professional responsibilities and I really do enjoy what I do. And so I didn't want to have to sacrifice that, but my brain couldn't compute how I could do that and be the mother that I wanted to be at the same time without help. So I did accept help, thinking that, you know, the answer will come. Things will work out. And I guess I was wrong and not wrong all at the same time, because eventually I got so fed up depending on outside help and not having the autonomy to kind of determine what kind of mother I want to be, because I'm depending on others. I got so fed up, I blew my life up without a plan because I had no choice. It was either that or die inside, and dying inside is not an option for me apparently. So, and ever since then I've just been like soul searching pretty hardcore, because I mean the answers come but slowly. And so I've also had to take like kind of blind faith steps. I don't like using that term because I don't want to give anybody the impression that I'm just like walking around willy-nilly. No. Yes, I give it a hell of a lot of thought. I soul search. I try and make some calculated understandings of reality, because there is no right or wrong answer. It's not clear. Everything's a fucking shit show when you turn your life around like that. Yeah, it's like there's too many options. You just blew everything to the ground. Like, how are you supposed to choose in an infinite amount of options? So it's been very, very, very overwhelming. And while I don't like to say blind faith, for me it's felt like that because I'm not stepping in the same controlled way that I like to. Like, I like to know where my next step is, but lately it's just been like, you have to take the step and believe that the universe will catch you. Oh my God. But almost consistently, and when it doesn't happen, it's for a reason, but pretty much consistently, every single time I take a step, the universe catches me. So overwhelming. So anyways, I've had a bunch of realizations this morning, and maybe one day we'll get to it. Right now, it's not what I feel like talking about. What I really feel like saying is, at the beginning of this TikTok saga, I made a statement that I was going to reality jump. And I've been manifesting said reality consistently. And manifesting isn't just like, I mean, all of the things that I'm about to say are pertinent, but it's way more than just that. It's way more than just like vision boards and writing things down and self-affirmations and believing in yourself, etc., etc. More than that, which are all parts of it, it's like visualizing it, believing that you're already there. And it's not easy to do when your entire old life wants to keep you where you are. It also shows just how much support you really do have. And anyways, that's a different story for a different day. Makes it scarier, makes you have to have even more faith. But all in all, to say, very soon on this channel, you guys are about to witness how I've just reality jumped. Because right now, I don't have much pace to make these videos. I have my car, I have a room in my mom's house when I feel relaxed enough, and I have the office when it's empty, and I have the washroom at work. those are the places that my soul are confined to freedom of expression. And you guys are about to see just how much my soul broke free. Because it's not 100% here yet, but the vision I've had in my mind's eye is starting to become clearer and clearer, and I can see how reality is catching up. I'm so excited. So as I've mentioned before, I've been using TikTok to kind of view my own personal cycles in lieu of a journal, because I don't resonate with journaling apparently. And when my head starts spinning too much because my entire life is up in the air, I look back on the last couple videos to kind of ground myself in reality. And today I really felt like forward momentum happened for real, tangibly. And for the first time, I looked at every single TikTok video I've made since the beginning, and I realized just how much evolution I haven't shared. I thought I had, but I haven't, and that's fine. It will come in time. But it's become very clear how much I've changed. I don't think even I fully realize what I've done. I think it will all show itself in due time. I have no idea how. I'm excited to find out with you all. Okay, another piece of the puzzle just clicked. I've been saying over and over and over again, everything in my life was working the way it normally works up until 2 years ago. What changed 2 years ago? My daughter was born and I came back to work. How did that affect my outlook, my frequency? I went from a vibration of love to a vibration of fear. And so what I manifested came from, I'm going to try and insert a visual for a first time, came from a cycle of fear. The cycle mentality is victim of circumstance instead of accountability. And when you operate out of a place of love, apparently, you have more tools, you're more equipped to take accountability. Whereas when you operate out of frequency of fear, the autopilot is to be a victim of circumstance. If I'm not a real world example of the power we hold to shape our own destiny, then I don't know what is. So I've just been driving around the city, making big money moves for my new life. Super excited. But a lot of thoughts, obviously. Firstly, I wish to specify that there's a whole flip side to manifesting. Yes, making sure your mental state and emotional state are in line with what you truly want, which is more complicated than it seems. And once you're in a place where you're confident that you know what you want, etc., you have to take action, because nobody's going to do it for you. Yes, we're guided and protected and loved by the universe, but we're in a physical realm and we are the creators. And so today I came to a place finally where I know what I want. I've studied my options, I've done the research, and I went out and got it. Building my reality one block at a time. And all these concepts can seem like magic and make-believe, but it isn't. It's our day-to-day lives. We're doing it subconsciously, and the goal is to do it consciously. So it can sound like magic, and when things start to come to fruition, you can get a feeling like it's magical because, like, oh my God, like, this is exactly what I wanted, etc. But it isn't magic. It's just life. And when bad things happen in our lives, it's actually there to show us what's not working in our lives, because we're not listening to what we really want. Straight up. And that, again, could be seen as magic, but the universe is literally just trying to show us, like, what do you really want? Why are you resisting it? Why aren't you going to get it? What are you so afraid of? And the amount of fears, which are illusions, frankly, that you have to work through to actually get what you want. That's magic. Breaking through those fears, not easy. Anyways, I think I'll leave it there for now. So I need to get to work, and I already tried to record a morning video twice today, sharing way more of what I have recently experienced and been through from a very vulnerable place, but it didn't work, and I'm not questioning it. I'm going with it, and honestly, it's a little bit of a relief because I don't think I'm necessarily ready. So me and the universe just co-creating again. But because my reality is about to do a 180 in a week, I think it's super important that I remember where I came from and how hard it was to do what I am doing. So this is going to be what this video is about. My entire life, I managed to find joy in everything. And that doesn't mean that things haven't been challenging at times, but I've always been able to find joy in what I do. But in the last couple of years, finding joy became harder and harder. And it just started to feel like I become trapped in obligations. And the little joy that I did manage to find came at a very heavy price. And understanding how I put myself in that position has been brutal. And my commitment to not allowing anyone ever take my peace again is freeing, but it's a scary process because you have to kind of let go of who you've been thus far, not just to yourself, but to the people you've loved. It doesn't mean you love them less, it just means finally choose to love yourself more. So a little midday video so I can get back to work. But I've come across a hell of a lot of information, and due to my personality, all I want to do is share it. And so I'm going to put up a visual. Ultimately, an experience in my life has made me see the value in the unseen, and due to my personality, I need a little bit more tangible evidence, and therefore I came across just an abundance of evidence pertaining to how much our energy fields actually do impact. And so more to come about all this, but balancing our own energies and understanding our own power as human beings is so vital, so vital. And I'm so excited to share more information. I woke up this morning in a mood. It's like the closer the day arrives, the farther it feels. It's a very weird feeling. I've been fighting so long to maintain my hope and my positivity. Somehow it's getting harder. The closer it arrives, the realer it becomes. I'm so excited and nervous all at the same time. My entire life is about to change. And I have no idea how exactly. I have a little bit of an idea, but it's all just imagination as of now. It's nerve-wracking. And I'm also not super motivated to make videos right now. I don't know why. I'm just like all over the place. I think the scariest thing is realizing that you yourself is a paradox. You want connection, but you want solitude. You want stability, but you want forward movement and change. One moment you're hot, one moment you're cold. Just gotta go with it. So despite my cranky-ish mood, I found inspiration. And this is stuff that I've briefly touched on, very briefly. Like in my first video, I mentioned the moon, and there was another video where I mentioned the planetary alignment that is still happening, actually. But I never, throughout my life, never really took the time to determine like where I stand on astrology. I didn't want to put too much credence in it because I'm not a specialist, and I think putting credence on things outside of ourselves is dangerous. You could take insight from it, but to fully rely on it is a slippery slope. So I never developed a further interest than that. But turns out that going through some sort of like condensed stress where like it's go, go, go and like nonstop, and like there's always a new situation to kind of figure out and handle, turns your pattern recognition on high, like hardcore. Like it's almost like overwhelming how many patterns I see now. Anyways, towards the end of that situation, I would say like midsummer, I started noticing a weird pattern, and like I didn't realize that I was noticing. I didn't know why I was noticing. I just kind of took note of it and thought like, oh, well, it's all in my head. But I started noticing this pattern that there would be like a shift in the situation during the full moon. So before the full moon, we'd be arguing about a certain theme or whatever. And then there'd be some sort of like event or catalyst that would happen pretty much on the full moon. And then it's like the energy shifted and we would argue and pick up another cycle about something else or whatever. But it was propelling forward momentum, obviously, because that's how time works, or the illusion of time at least. But I had made correlations between events happening in my life and the moon. But I didn't put much credence to it. I just noticed. That's all I did. But I'm putting credence in it now. Because when you finally realize that everything in existence is energy, and that nor space nor time actually do exist, suddenly everything just starts clicking. And so obviously everything's connected. Obviously we're all one. Like, it's undeniable. And I don't know how it all works together, obviously, but collectively we're doing a very good job between historians and astrologists and scientists and AI, and we're doing a very good job. Talk about consciousness experiencing itself. We are dedicated to figuring this out. Keep up the good work. What a difference one day can make. I woke up this morning, inexplicably good mood, just vibing, so excited. And my number one priority is to keep my vibe up, because whether my reality changes or not, I'm realizing that it just matches whatever's inside. So if I want this new life to be everything that I envision, I gotta act like it's already here. And when it's already here, only smiles on my face, so why not start now? Around and around and around we go. What a difference a day can make, because I woke up this morning super anxious. The day before, I put on 432 hertz all night, and I woke up in a super good mood. Last night, I decided to put on my affirmations, but they stop at a certain point. I don't know what the hell's going on with me. My tolerance for anxiety is like zilch compared to before. In one of my earlier videos, I even said like stress used to propel me. Now it just like, I don't know, maybe because I feel like the stakes are higher, maybe because I feel like I'm pivoting my entire life, and if I pivot in the wrong sense, it's all just gonna crumble again. I don't know. But I've just been through an emotional whirlwind today. I just don't know why this is happening to me. I don't know what I did to deserve this. So this is what it is. I went from living a life of like knowing exactly who I am and what I have to do for everyone and what I'm going to be doing tonight and what my day tomorrow is going to look like, to just opening everything up. I have so many passions now and things that I want to look into and things that I want to explore and business ideas and so many things. And I don't even know where to start. It's so overwhelming. It's like there's not enough time in a day. And I'm always feeling like I could be doing more. Does anybody know how to deal with this? Has anybody been through this before? Like, what happens when you go from being limited to limitless? How do you be limitless continuously? There's so much untapped potential that I want to tap into. I'm excited and scared all at the same time. But I need to focus my concentration on something. But I want so many things all at the same time. Anyways, one thing at a time. Hopefully. It's officially the last day of my old life. And for those of you who don't know, I've spent my entire life living with somebody. And with my recent stressful situation, I apparently need a lot of solitude. I no longer want to be affected by other people's energy. I want to dictate my reality solely. I want mundane tasks to become joyful, and other people's worlds are becoming too intense for me on a daily basis. So I'm very excited to see what I can do with all this freedom. So I'm still working, but a lot of thoughts, so it's gotta come out. I've obviously been in a period of deep self-analysis and research, and I have always had a fascination with the different elements that I have happening in my head. Due to my recent rediscovery of my inner child, I've realized a lot of things. I've come to observe several states of being for my inner child. She has the joyful state, the curious state, and the ball in a corner, overwhelmed by fear and anxiety state. Those are the states I've just observed so far. And then we have the shadow self, our ego, and for me, pretty much spends all day berating me to protect me. And we have our higher self, or intuition, that can very easily get drowned out by the shadow self because it's more soft-spoken and just quieter in general, especially in moments of anxiety, unfortunately. But we are the awareness, we are the consciousness, trying to sift through all that. So that's super fun. Anyways, more to come about all this, but little fun fact to finish off. Did you know that scientists have been making a lot of tests with water? And if somebody speaks positively to water, it'll form beautiful crystals, like snowflake status. So like, I love you, or whatever. Anything positive, pretty much. High vibrational. And the opposite, so anything hateful or whatever, will create discombobulated patterns and honestly reflecting illness and disease. And we all know what the human body is made up of, right? It's kind of what I meant by reparenting ourselves. Now that I've recognized my inner child, the amount of times I can observe her just freaking out in the corner, and I have to tell her, you know, it's okay, I'm here. I'm not going to fail you like you've been failed before. Being a parent and having to reparent yourself at the same time is super fun. It's the big day, and I had another little panic attack, I guess. Not really, but kind of. I don't think my brain fully made the connection yet that my happiness will no longer be contingent upon external factors. And I realized that that's what was freaking me out. I'm scared of being happy because I think the other shoe's gonna drop. But if I'm the other shoe, then I have the power, which is a lot of pressure. So in case anybody was wondering what it's like to move in the middle of winter, you're missing out. It was just such a treat. It gave me the opportunity to figure out what my soul had apparently chosen to experience in this existence. Freaking resilience. Jesus. I'm so tired of being resilient. The good news is that I'm here. I've made it. And while I have a lot to do, it's quiet. I finally have a little bit of clarity already. Oh my God. I have a hard time explaining what has happened to me lately, or in the last year or so. Ultimately, the side effects of it, I've just become hypersensitive to other people. I can't read anybody's thoughts or anything, but pretty damn close. It's like I can feel their state of being, and I I didn't have any solitude for the last like 2 years, so it's hard to disconnect your own state of being from other people's when you have no solitude. It's literally an hour that I'm here alone, and I already feel more like myself. It's really scary. I went so far deep into somebody else's inner world. Scary place. You live and you learn, don't ya? Another episode of Did You Know? Did you know that you carry patterns of behavior from your ancestors in your DNA? And it sounds wild, but I've been observing my patterns of behavior and just racking my brain as to where the hell they come from. Has to be more than just observing our parents' behavior as children. It's so deeply ingrained, and it's so hard to break. Apparently, you can somehow rewrite your DNA. I'm still looking into it, but I think I might be doing that organically, because we behave in ways that make us feel comfortable and safe, not realizing that's what's keeping us trapped in the same cycles, expecting different results. It's so hard to break because the alternative feels so unsafe. It's what I'm going through. My entire existence is just feels like it's falling apart. Nothing makes sense. Nothing makes sense because the old way of doing things is clearly not working. Clearly. But my new way of doing things has not yet been solidified. And so my day-to-day existence right now is just trying to remind myself that I'm not nuts. And the only reason why I somehow figured out that I'm not nuts is because I can't go back. I literally can't go back to my old life. My body won't let me. So I have no choice but to move forward. But moving forward is scaring the living bejesus out of me. And I don't really understand anything, frankly. I see a bunch of people who've like somehow done it, or somehow on the other side of it. But not many people are documenting the process. Which is apparently what I'm doing. Because there's just so much information, new information that I'm coming across. It's hard to organize it. So, letting it out helps. Anyways. I just want all this to be over. I moved, and I feel better because I have my own space, but I have so much left to figure out. It's so heartbreaking to realize how wrong you were about everything. Anyway. I think it was in my second video where I said something about stepping into my power. I never really understood what that meant. I just knew that's what I was doing, apparently. And I'm almost done unpacking. I think I might have like an hour left or something, but I'm just sifting through memories, years of memories that have been in storage for years, realizing how much useless things I actually have, and the understanding of stepping into my power just kind of made sense in at least one aspect, because it's more than one aspect. But we spend so much of our time and energy working, and we go out and buy things that we think somewhere in our subconscious that it's going to like complete us, or, you know, once we have this lipstick, we'll be happy, or we'll be the person we want to be. And I know it's not a conscious thought, obviously. Nobody actually consciously thinks that, but you know, like a deep wounded place, that's where it is, that's what it is. It's almost like we're asleep to it. It's so scary. How much of my money, time, and energy been spent on things that I don't even look at or use. Yes, I know. You know, if more people go within themselves, within their subconscious, sit with their feelings, the power of the consumer becomes a real thing. I gotta start my day, but I'm so inspired today, and this video is brought entirely by a comment that I saw yesterday right after I finished packing. The first part of the comment said something about how powerful I am, and that's kind of part of like what I've been going through. Once I realized that everything was energy, I realized what my energy has the capacity to create, and I also started to see what my energy was doing for other people, and everything that I was carrying that wasn't even mine, and like just like the way I constructed my personality, like people had become to the point where they were just expecting me to carry their burdens, and I kind of freaked out and went, what the hell? Who am I? And what happens if I put all this energy towards myself? So I'm still in the process of doing that. I'm super excited. Woke up this morning like super energized and had a little like dance party while I was getting ready. So that's a good start. And the second part of the comment was telling me to ground myself. And it's so funny because that's all I keep hearing. Ground yourself, walk barefoot in nature. And I'm like, it's -20. And like, I'm completely trapped, like not anymore, but like I didn't have time or space to like meditate and whatnot. And like, I've never really been that big into meditating, but now it's just like, not that's all I want to do, but kind of. It's weird. It's like, even just being in my own space now, I could just be without constant commentary. And I'm not even saying like actual words, but it's hard to explain. I'm so sensitive to other people now. And like, now that I have my own space, like, yeah, okay, if I have to be around people for a certain amount of the day, that's fine, especially now that I have energetic boundaries. But constantly, and especially when it's just people that like have been conditioned to just constantly take your energy. But anyways, I'm free now, so new chapter. So since I'm clearly still navigating 2 different realities, 2 different timelines, whatever, because I just blew up my old timeline, I'm having a little bit of trouble finding the time right now to make videos, so I'm driving. Forgive me. So many things. Okay, first, I've been saying a lot about like how like I've just really realized how everything is energy, and like that's not a groundbreaking realization in and of itself. For me, what really made it groundbreaking was seeing how much it affects my life. And before the last couple years, everything that I was doing in my life was working. Everything that I put my focus on, everything that I did, French is coming up, but it manifested, it grew. In the last couple years, what I've previously done just kind of stopped having the same results, and so that's why I'm here now. But there are two elements as to how I came to all these realizations. Number one, the super stressful situation that I had to navigate over the last year, and it was like a reoccurring stress. And I noticed a pattern that every time I responded to the situation in the same frequency that it was coming to me, so low vibrational, frankly, it would aggravate everything and explode. And 9 times out of 10, unfortunately, and until the end where I started to catch on, I would respond in that low vibrational frequency to kind of like match that person and like elevate it, which is what I used to do. But now I'm realizing that matching people at their frequency to elevate it is no longer working for me, or working in general. I don't know, there's something that has shifted. I'm still trying to figure it out. And the second situation was obviously my daughter, like just observing how she was learning things. And the perfect example is this morning. So this morning is the first morning since her birth that I was able to curate the morning independently without anyone else. Woke up at 7:30, had my coffee, you know, just really calm environment, no tantrums, like. And normally the mornings are super stressful because we're running around like, okay, you gotta get dressed, like, and like it's the adult that dictates the frequency, right? So if the adult is stressed out because they have to run out the door, they're putting that stress on the child doesn't understand, and so the child is responding in that frequency more often than not with a tantrum. And I'm not saying that the morning was perfect, but I'm saying that when I could feel resistance from her, I would just go a different way. And not in the manipulative, distracting type of way, which is an easy way to go, but it backfires eventually. But in the way of, okay, you don't want to get dressed? Do you want mommy to show you how to get dressed? And suddenly it's excited. It's excitement. And because she wants to learn, she wants to be independent, just like all of us, really. But it's just really fascinating how things can shift like that when you just shift your perspective. Obviously, it's not all gumdrops and rainbows, because while I woke up at 7:30 in the morning, I still have not finished my morning routine due to astronomical traffic, so I'm going to have to shift my initial plan, but hey, it's the way she blows. Lastly, because I know I'm going to get more ideas throughout the day, so I want to just get this out. I saw like a different thread of comments pop up, and there's like a lot of things that I obviously agree with, and it harps back to everything that I've learnt recently. And it's funny, when I was younger, somebody said something by a philosopher, I forget who, something like, you can't learn anything you don't already know. And obviously, physically, like tangibly, that's not necessarily true, but in the intangible sense, it is true, because when you learn something, it's because you're incorporating it into your inner knowledge, you know what I mean? So while I have researched a lot and now have terminologies and a more tangible understanding of things that I already technically knew, I'm still not even to the point where I feel comfortable talking about it on this platform. It comes back to navigating two realities, two timelines at the same time, and the transition is super fun. It's getting easier somehow, I'm not sure, but there are certain like terms and understandings that I don't know, I don't know that I'm ready to entertain on this platform. I really do want to, because that's what's on my mind. But it's like, everybody who knows me in my life, my old life, I don't know, it's like, I guess that's what holding me back, or even the previous version of myself. I don't know. I'm clearly working up to it. I think maybe I'm missing another puzzle piece first. Anyways, to be seen. Okay, I made it. And before I get sucked into my day, there's just this reoccurring thought that seems to want to come out. I realized this morning, last night, I forget, that nobody in my life has ever taken the time to ask me what I want, what I truly want. And this is the key. Not just asking, but taking the time to listen instead of assuming. And it's actually something that hit me over the course of the year because of the stressful situation that I found myself in. I had decided to go to therapy for the first time in my life, and it's something that my therapist asked me. She goes, "What do you want? What do you need?" And the reason why I was so jarred is because obviously she was expecting an answer, and I couldn't answer her. I had never taken the time to actually figure out, first of all, what my needs are, what classifies as a need, what do I need, and what do I want. So now I'm 33 years old, and I have to figure it out from scratch. And I mean, it's a fun process, obviously. It can be stressful when you have your old programming trying to creep back. And my old programming is to disregard me and focus on what other people need and what my external life is requiring of me. And I feel like that's part of whatever fundamental shift is happening. As soon as I negate my own needs, life, the universe just goes, "Really, Rachel? Again?" And it puts me back into a lesson. And so to obtain the results that I envision, I need to make sure my needs are met, first and foremost. And it harps back to this morning again, navigating a morning routine with a 2-year-old and having the results where both of our needs are simultaneously met. I call that a small win. I just saw a comment on my last video saying something about collective narcissism, and it's the sole inspiration for this video. And I don't know how relevant it will be, but that idea just really inspired me because it actually connects multiple of my videos. It's the whole cycle thing, the whole chain of events that I'm seeing happening, and myself included, and that's why it's so hard to break this cycle, because at a certain degree we're kind of all in it. There's some people who's managed to break free, but that's besides the point. Think about it. The vast majority of our population is functioning in the way that I said in my last video, in the way where, oh, well, I have to be this version of myself, or else my mom won't love me, or else my dad won't love me, or else I won't get the attention that I want, or else I won't be accepted by my friends, my colleagues, my whatever, the society. And so we construct these personalities to fit in, and to different degrees. Obviously, we all have differences and different needs and whatever. But essentially, if we're not going within and thinking, okay, beside external factors, besides what everybody else needs and wants and expects from me, which is how this whole TikTok journey began. My second video, I claimed that I was shedding myself of all societal expectations, and I had no idea what I was getting myself into at the time, and I don't know where this road is leading me exactly, but the process has been frankly alarming how deeply ingrained it is, because it's everywhere. And like, I see it in almost everyone. We're all walking around half asleep to who we really are, because nobody has taught us to question things and to question ourselves, to question what's happening inside of ourselves, to know what's happening inside of ourselves. And this goes beyond religion, beliefs, spirituality. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what you believe in. It doesn't matter. We're all human beings, n'est-ce pas? Like, that's a fact. That you can't argue with it. There is a fundamental truth that connects us all. We're all human beings. At the base of it all, we all have the same needs. We have the need to be safe, secure, to connect, to love, to be seen, to be heard, to know. Does anybody notice a commonality with everything that I just said? Those are the functions of the chakras, the different energies that a human body has. Now, obviously, we're not all the same in the physical, because we have different upbringings, religions, external factor. But at the base of it, we're all the same. We're all looking for the same thing in different ways. And unfortunately, the lack of met needs in our society, because we haven't been taught how to ask in a healthy way for our needs to be met, creates collective narcissism. I managed to fit that in there. All right. Turns out that last video just like made a chain reaction in my head and needs to come out. So these are all things that like I've realized over the last couple of months, and I haven't had the words or the courage to actually verbalize it. But what I was saying in my last video about us constructing these personalities, you know, in fear of not being accepted, it's all illusions. It's all illusions. And it's so hard to recognize and break free, because they feel so real to us. Because as children, we've been programmed unconsciously, because we were children, you know, by society, by our parents, again, unconsciously, because they were programmed. It's the whole chain reaction. So, for example, you have parents that have been programmed by their parents, by the society at their time, that this aspect of themselves was unappreciated, unmet, whatever, creating doubts and, you know, lack of self-love, like lack of a positive narrative within themselves. And when you have a child, children are just in nature triggering because they are not apologetic with requesting their needs. They can't be. They need to survive. And every single time that triggers the shadow self within a parent and lack of awareness in that category, I mean, it's no shame for previous generations. The information was just not available. But now it is. And so if a parent has whatever unmet need that has been growing in their subconscious, in their soul, whatever we want to believe in, whatever terminology you want to use, they get triggered by a child's cry or whatever because they need space, they need time, they need, you know, parents have needs as well. But because they've constructed their lives based on whatever belief systems that they've been programmed with, doesn't allow for that time or space or whatever unmet need is happening, they project that onto their child, creating a belief within the child that it's due to them. They're the problem. Perpetuating the cycle of doubts, fear, etc. And so when we become adults, it carries on. We end up with all these illusions that if I don't serve others, if I like, and I'm just speaking for myself because we all have different ones because our external factors are different. But if I am not who I've been programmed or taught to be, I will no longer be accepted or loved. And when you first go on this journey, it feels impossible to see another reality where that isn't true, where if you prioritize yourself above others in whatever way you're not used to, you will be rejected. And when you start breaking free from that and go, you know what, no, I'm just like so fed up, like I'm going to do it anyways despite the possibility of being rejected, you realize just how much it's all a mirror. And for example, let's say a person A in your life comes up to you after you have all these realizations and is like, okay, Rachel, I need this from you, expecting you to just say, yeah, no problem, because that's who you've been. But because you have all these realizations, you no longer care, and you say, no, you need to figure it out for yourself or whatever, they will walk away and create whatever narrative they need to create to justify that situation. They won't walk away and be like, oh, like, motherfucking bitch, no. And you know what? It's possible that they do. But again, that's a mirror to their own narrative. It has nothing to do with you. Nothing to do with you. Because if the people in your life don't love you enough to accept you no matter what, you know, barring just mean-spirited behavior, because that's just unnecessary and that doesn't promote acceptance. But if you're like a compassionate, loving person and they still don't accept you, that's clearly not a reflection of you. And then you start to realize that people can only love you as much as they love themselves. And then you just start to realize just how much our external worlds are literally a mirror to our internal worlds, because we're the narrator, we're the one perceiving it, we're the ones justifying events in our heads. Oh, well, I didn't get a promotion because I'm not good enough. No, not necessarily. Or whatever situation is in your life. No, not necessarily. You don't know how the cookie's going to crumble until it crumbles now, do you? And you don't know if that cookie didn't crumble, maybe it is for your highest good. You don't know. We don't know nothing. Our brains are literally built to handle the present moment. And that's it. We have some other exciting functions of the human body that are largely untapped and unaccepted. And this is where we start getting into the deep and scary parts of society, because then you realize, and I don't know if it's on purpose or not, I choose for now not to think about that too much, but you realize just how much first world society is built on suppressing the functions of our pineal gland, and that is literally the connection to the oneness of our energies, like the source, if you will. It's scary. The fluoride in our water, the fluoride in our toothpaste, like that's all there. I don't know if it's on purpose again, but it's all suppressing the functions of our pineal gland. And even the narrative behind it. So for example, like, the more I talk about these things, the more people in my life can start looking at me like, oh my god, she's gone nuts. And that's precisely like the whole like Matrix storyline, like the movie, you know, like the Mr. Smith of it all. You ever talk to somebody about like a topic that's not largely accepted, like for example spirituality, and they kind of like just like shut down and like make you feel like the crazy person or whatever? It's because of how the society has been built to suppress the power that we have within ourselves. Again, don't know if it's on purpose or not, too scary to think about right now, but talk about a rabbit hole, man. Talk about a rabbit hole. Because we are way more powerful than we are led to believe. Way more powerful. Like, we have no idea. I still don't even really have an idea. But ancient societies, like the Egyptians, they knew. I can see it now. Anyways, I could talk about this forever, and I probably will. More to come. So I can comfortably say now that I've definitely reality jumped. Timeline jumped, whatever. Obviously, we're in the early days and finding my groove, finding my routine, discovering new interests. So let's see how it develops, but so far so good. Now that I've had a little bit of time to settle in, ultimately, while I've been settling in, I've been absorbing more information. It's a little overwhelming. I'm continuing going deeper into like ancient societies because it's so clear that they knew something about how to harness energy through sound frequencies. Sound, we don't get taught this, but I mean, sound is faster than light, and therefore more of like a pure energetic source or whatever. I'm obviously not a scientist, so forgive me. I'm speaking on all these in a spiritual optic. But scientists today are discovering a lot of things, and I'm gonna unpack it, but one thing at a time. One of the things that they're discovering is the patterns of all these ruins ancient civilizations. Like they've recently discovered a huge site in Africa. I'm still looking into it. I don't have a lot of details, but ultimately these ruins make a shape, a cymatic frequency shape, because if you play a sound frequency in sand, it'll create a shape, a pattern. And apparently this pattern of ruins mirrors the like sound or whatever. And somehow, scientists still don't know how, but they're theorizing that these ruins were built to harness energy. And again, this is all theory. They obviously are theorizing that they were harnessing the energy of like the earth, the natural energy grid that's in the earth. And frankly, another thing is those ruins are like mirroring patterns in the stars or something. Everything's a mirror. But another thing that, I mean, it's the truth. We are energy. We've naturally been gifted this energy. Life. And what we don't realize is that we give it away so freely. You know how we have churches and stadiums and whatnot? Well, back in the day, those ancient societies, they had the same, obviously. Amphitheaters, but the way those theaters were built was, again, in a highly intelligent way, pretty much to harness the energy of the human being. So, for example, people go out and watch a sport. All the emotion that we feel, the energy that we're putting into the enjoyment of that sport, that excitement, the frustration, all that energy, the clapping of our hands, that sound, those amphitheaters were designed to somehow harness that energy. And it's clear that this information has somehow remained alive throughout history. Don't know to what extent. Don't know who holds the energy, the information, but this is now the third time that I'm gonna say, like, I don't know what's on purpose and what's not on purpose, and I realize more as to why I choose not to think about it. Because the reality of the situation is that we should focus on what we can control. Not to mention getting all angry and mad about things we can't control, like possibly being enslaved by the elite. So useless. Not to mention fighting fear with fear is just playing into the loop. If we focus on what we can control, and that is our own energy and where we put it towards, there is no more control. So why bother? You know what I mean? We'll just be perpetuating the cycle again. And that does not interest me, obviously. Anyways, I'm gonna do some yoga. It's funny, this is, I think, my fourth attempt to make a second video of the day, and nothing was working so far. I had in mind to share a little anecdote, but I guess that'll have to be for another time because I think I was meant to share something else. Yesterday, I actually had the pleasure of meeting somebody who went through the exact same thing as me. Obviously not exact because different people, different situations, but energetically, I guess, the same thing. Being completely drained. And when that happens, the spiritual ascension that occurs afterwards is pretty intense. The synchronicities, all the realizations, the correlations. It was nice to be able to share with somebody that is not just my own reflection, and have more confirmation that, you know, whatever terminologies I put towards this experience, it is real in some sense, and it's happened to other people other than me, so it was a little comforting. Anyways. It's really fascinating once you break through that barrier that's been holding you back pretty adamantly. Everything just starts flowing into place. After going 1.5 years with no chef, I finally have a chef. I have my own space. And now I'm going to have an assistant director. My reality is completely doing a 180. It's working. So I actually just read this really sweet comment asking for story time to divulge more details of what I've actually went through, because my content is cryptic, I know. And it's for a reason. First of all, what happened is complicated, very complicated, and drawn out. It's not just like one event, it's a series of events, like nonstop. And frankly, it was a mirror for my life, condensed into like 1 year, if you will. And I'm not saying that I won't divulge more information one day, but it's not really the point, because sharing my trauma, it just might discount somebody else's trauma. You know, like trauma is trauma. And I know people have gone through far worse, frankly. I know that. So there is another reason why I choose not to give details, because I'm not looking to hurt anyone, even though they may have hurt me. Part of my healing has been to understand that people who hurt people do it from a place of pain. It's not necessarily a reflection of our worth. It's a reflection of their worth, or the worth that they perceive within themselves. And sharing more may have repercussions in my life that I'm not yet at liberty to deal with. So ultimately, what happened to me doesn't really matter. The insight that I've gained from it, the self-discovery, the understanding of reality, of the universe, while it's my own, has more potential of commonalities with other people and more potential to resonate with others than my actual story, because, like I said, trauma is trauma. It's just a different flavor, to each their own. By sharing more, I may isolate people who could benefit from the very hard work that I've done to not become ultimately the person that wronged me, or the people that wronged me. I've worked very hard to stay true to myself despite my pain, and that's the important part, not what happened. That can stay in the past. I'm remembering the days where every day was a smile on my face, and every day I get closer and closer to being that again. I feel like I'm kind of back to my old, like, zero, if you will, but I haven't yet found my new zero, so I'm excited for that. Could take some time, but it's okay. At least I'm not drowning underwater, feeling like I'm crawling out of hell, so good news. But just a little anecdote about the power of perception, the power that we have. This is a story that my mom told me when I was young, and it always stuck with me. And just to preface this, I'm not religious, but my mom's side is Jewish and my father's side is Roman Catholic, and so I grew up my entire life with both sides trying to convince me that I'm fully on their side, because in the Jewish religion, if your mother's Jewish, then the child is fully Jewish, and in the Roman Catholic religion, if the father's Roman Catholic, then the children are fully Roman Catholic. And so it gave me a interesting opportunity to understand commonalities between religion, the downfalls, and the ultimate importance of, like, what symbols and terminologies you put towards the importance behind just, like, belief and, like, the emotion or like the ritual of it all. It means more than the actual religion itself. But anyways, I digress. So the story goes, a man goes to a rabbi and says, "Rabbi, I can't take it anymore. There's no room in my place. I have so many children and we barely have any space to, coexist." And the rabbi goes, "Okay, take this goat and bring it back to your place." And he goes, "Rabbi, I just told you I barely have any space." He goes, "Take the goat." He goes, "Okay." And so he brings the goat home, and week after week he goes back to the rabbi complaining, "Rabbi, I can't handle this. I have no room anymore. The goat is running wild. It's a chaos, etc." And the rabbi keeps making him wait. And finally, one day, the rabbi goes, "Okay, bring me back the goat." A couple weeks later, the man goes back to the rabbi. "Oh my God, Rabbi, thank you so much. I have so much more room. It's so much better." His original circumstance didn't change, but his perception changed, and he suddenly appreciated what he already had. And it's kind of like the first day that I moved into my new place, getting stuck in astronomical traffic, thinking, okay, like, I'm gonna have to do my plan or whatever, and I was ready to do that because I believe in myself and the universe, and I'm like, let's go, whatever, like, nothing's gonna stop me. And turns out there was a big accident that day, and now I have the gift of waking up every morning thanking the universe for an easy commute. And again, it goes back to what I've just been through. I didn't understand why this was happening, but now the little things in life mean so much to me. Like silence. Before, silence felt a little empty and lonely. And now it feels like the greatest gift of all. Happy Monday. Another accident, I'm guessing. That's okay. I have a little bit of time and haven't done a video all weekend because I've been taking advantage of the first weekend in I think almost over 3 years around that I can consider relaxing. And it wasn't just relaxing, it was productive and joyful, and I don't know, I was the sole creator of my reality. Even though I had my daughter this weekend, I realized that that's the difference. It was ever since I had my daughter, everybody in my life felt like they knew better in a way, and because I was fearful of my lack of knowledge of motherhood, which you come to find out that nobody knows. Everybody's just doing the best they can. Anyways, but because of operating out of a place of fear in that regard, every moment that I spent outside of work was dictated by somebody else, which frankly I think drove me off a cliff into my highest timeline, so that's okay. All in all, to say that my entire world just opened up. It's been 1 week in my new reality, and it's frankly going better than I would have expected this early, at least. I'm excited to see what I'm gonna come up with next weekend, because I have 0 responsibilities next weekend and a bunch of ideas and nothing to stop me except myself, which is the funny part, because over the last, well, frankly, my entire life, you know, you meet the same energies through different people, and so my entire life I've been frankly battling my own shadow through other people, but we all do that. It's just we're unaware of it. Anyways, but in the last couple years, it's been like kind of like a video game where you you have to beat like a bigger boss, you know. And so I'm at like the final level where I need to beat the boss within myself, you know, because you can get rid of all external reminders of the loop, which I have, but you're still left with the loop, you know, and if you're not careful, you're just going to manifest it all again if you're not dealing with it on like a momentary basis, because it's not like a one and done situation. It's like it has to become like the way you choose to live, to be like self-aware. Anyways, my goodness, shit's going down. Anyhow, it's just accident central in my life lately. Anywho, what was I saying? Yeah, the loops. And that's the hardest part, right? If you want to avoid manifesting situations that make you stop and like self-reflect, then you just have to keep self-reflecting. So whatever, I would much rather that, frankly. And you know, I'm so grateful to have been given the gift of the experiences that I just went through, because there frankly has been a mystery that I've been trying to solve. And like, I'm not saying like I solved a mystery or anything in the grand scheme of things, because there's always more questions, but a lot of like the big questions that I've had in my entire life have been answered recently, and it's peaceful and empowering. I know myself, and if I don't have all this weight holding me down because of a lack of awareness, I'm excited to see what I'm going to be able to do. Like, and I'm not even saying like, oh, like watch me in the next couple months. Like, I don't know how long this is going to take, but I look back on the last 10 years of my life and I'm like, what can I do with another 10 years, you know? Exciting. Anywho, finally, I never thought I'd say this, but I'm somewhat getting over hearing myself talk. Like, not entirely. Like, I don't necessarily plan on stopping doing these videos, because they've been really fun, and like, I've healed from many different things in my life, but the difference with this time is that Pandora's box was like opened. For the first time in my life, I had like an outlet to express myself, and I didn't want to go back. And nobody in my life was ready to hear me, because everybody has their own loops. So I was like, fuck it, like, who needs them, you know? Like, I'll just figure it out and do something else. So hence my TikTok channel. But I'm to the point now where like I don't really need to hear myself talk to the same extent. And the whole point is to find my bliss. The whole point is to figure out my highest excitement. And so I don't know what I'm going to really do, but I'm going to play around with these videos and I don't know, see where it brings us. Anyways, summer is coming too. Well, I have some time, but I love summer. And I have a really good rooftop terrace. The world is my oyster. Ever wonder why some people heal so fast and other people stay stagnant? Turns out quantum physics may have the answer. Reality is simply not as solid as we have been led to believe. Science shows that whatever we choose to focus on grows. So if we choose to focus on fear, resentment, and anything low vibrational, it perpetuates. Not to mention, quantum superposition suggests that multiple realities exist at once. We have the power to choose which one we want to be in. If you keep focusing on your limitations, you will be limited. But the opposite is true. And if you focus on all the possibilities, your mind will be wired to observe more possibilities. Have you ever noticed that our mood seems to match the weather? The double slit experiment suggests that matter behaves differently when observed. If everything is energy, could our collective consciousness be influencing the weather? So what do you think? Are we influencing the weather? Is it the other way around? Or is it both? took a couple days to kind of recalibrate because, I mean, I've said it before, you can escape your external circumstances, but you can never really escape yourself, right? So when I finally jumped timelines, I just wanted to be sure that like I didn't carry on any stagnant, dense energies with it, and if I'm not careful, I would. So took a little bit of a break and took advantage also of my weekends alone. I don't know that I've ever actually went so long being just completely alone. 36 hours straight. I don't think that's ever happened, so it was actually kind of awesome, and I'm really excited that this is going to be a regular thing in my life. And I can confidently confirm that I have indeed timeline jumped. You know, like, it's not like I moved countries or anything, which you don't need to. I just, when a situation will eventually come forward to me, like no matter what situation that is, I will have much more discernment and I won't make the same choices as before. So that ultimately dictates your timeline. And I'm spending a lot of time exploring my creativity, which you will all have the benefit of witnessing. So anyways, just a little update for you. I have so much going on in my head right now. Okay. One thing at a time. First and foremost, I woke up this morning for the first time in my life in a good mood. Normally I wake up like I just want to stay in bed. Obviously, I mean, who doesn't? But this morning I woke up like, yeah, let's do this. So I'm here for that, even though I find it weird. But I'm leaning into it. Second thing, which is super interesting, ever since I blew up my life, detached from my need for my family's approval, left my 10-year relationship, detached from my need to prove my worth through my career, etc., etc. My daughter's behavior has kind of done a 180, and it's not the first time that the educator at the daycare says something to me, but I didn't want to like count my chickens before they hatch. It's now like the third time that she says something, and the way she says it, it's like out of shock because it's such a stark difference. Normally when a family disintegrates, the consequences on the children can be perceived as negative, and I think that there are many factors as to why this had kind of a reverse effect. Namely, the fact that me and my ex are able to kind of remain friendly and like keep in mind what's really important. Obviously, it's not perfect because he has his grievances, I have mine, but we understand at a certain level not to like project that onto each other and like deal with it. And so because she's able to see us like interact and be human with each other, obviously that helps. And not to mention, like, I'm just so much more energized and present, so apparently she's just like opening up and being way more social. So instead of, because like before I would just be so consumed with trying to manage everybody else's emotional well-being to protect her, but something in my life happened to make me realize that me trying to protect her in that way was actually perpetuating the cycle. And so I had to completely shift my MO. And it's just fascinating to see the real life effects of what they call breaking generational curses. Anyways, other thing. So clearly I'm like pretty good at detachment. I've had a lot of practice, and so good to the point where all in one swoop, if you will, I detached from my 10-year relationship, my family, and my career emotionally. No matter what I do, there's still a situation that I can't seem to fully detach from. So doing more research, listen, I don't know how this all works, but apparently soul contracts exist. And I don't know. Obviously, there are lessons to be learned. But my soul won't seem to allow me to give up. Not on an outcome, not on a particular physical outcome, like, that's not the point. More on an internal outcome, if you will. It's complicated. So, I never thought I'd say this, but I'm being called to break something down. If there are things about yourself that you don't like, or that you know are not conducive to the life that you want. Take me, for example. I smoke. Because I battle, well, we all do. I battle a lot of things internally. I have a lot of practice. And I know that the more we reject whatever aspects of ourselves that we don't like, the more it perpetuates. You have to accept it. You have to understand where it comes from and give yourself compassion and forgiveness. You were born into circumstances for a reason. But at a certain point, you were helpless to them because you were a child. And it takes a long time to build awareness to what circumstances you were involuntarily subjected to. So we manifest coping mechanisms. It's normal, it's human. But if you reject your coping mechanisms...
4, 7, 4, 4, 7, 0, 2, 4, 3, 5, 0.
I'm sorry. If you reject whatever coping mechanisms have manifested, how would you ever expect somebody else to accept them? Even if somebody else accepts them, you wouldn't be able to see it because you don't accept them. So how could somebody else possibly accept that about you if you don't accept it about you? You see how it's a mirror? Start giving yourself a little bit more compassion. You are worthy of everything you want. There is no them. Let me break this down. So for a while now, I've been wondering, is there really a mastermind behind this whole control dynamic that our society seems to have found themselves in, or ourselves in? And, you know, lately, since the veil is so thin, you ask a question, the universe answers. So consequently, the universe answers with a video of a descendant of a Freemason very bravely confessing her and her family's sins. She goes into detail about how they go into societies, erase history, reframe the history as oppression always existing, taking control over the media, because they found out a long time ago that media controls narrative or reality because our minds control reality. So collectively, we are shaping reality subconsciously based on very scary tactics. But the interesting part is that throughout the generations, her family has forgotten what they're really doing. And when they find out, there's a cycle of unaliving themselves. So it turns out it's another paradox. I was not far off. Yes, there is hidden information. Yes, it's clearly been used against us or whatever. But there is nobody left behind the veil. Not really anyways, or behind the curtain. And maybe that's not the entire truth, but at the end of the day, there seems to be some sort of collective awakening, and nobody can stop it. The power is ours, ready to take it back. Let's rise. So this is a video that I've been meaning to do for quite some time now, but it's a little out there. But anyways, it's going to be what it's going to be today. I'm going to be referring to some notes because my effort is like not top notch today. But anyways, so due to a recent experience, I suddenly became like more in tune with functions that cannot be quantified, if you will. So we all know the 5 tangible senses, if you will, you know, sight, taste, hearing, touch, whatever. But apparently there are 8 other senses that I'm beginning to discover. So I'm gonna run through them a little bit. And from what I'm able to gather, they work differently for everybody. So just because some examples may be listed doesn't mean that I can do that, but I think we all can if we tap into it. But anyways, so number 1 is clairvoyance, or clear seeing. Seeing visions, symbols, images in the mind's eye. Examples could be seeing flashes of events before they happen, or symbolic imagery during meditation. Number 2, clairaudience, or clear hearing. Hearing messages from a higher source. It's pretty cray-cray. Example, hearing a voice, name, or phrase internally, like a thought. And apparently, how to distinguish between a thought or clairaudience is like a thought will kind of develop, like it'll have how do I say this, like a path, like you could see where the thought came from. For example, I don't know, you look at a keyboard and the keyboard reminds you of work reminds you of whatever, and so it's obviously a thought. But apparently if it's clear hearing, it'll just like pop into your head or something like that. And apparently some people even perceive it as like external, as if somebody is speaking, which, like, I've never experienced that, I don't think. But anyways. Number 3, clairsentience, or clear feeling. Feeling emotions, energies, or physical sensations. Example, sensing somebody's emotions or feeling a tingling sensation in response to energy shifts. So I've come to discover that being highly empathetic is pretty much that. And I also think that we're all empathetic to like a certain degree. It's just like some people tap into it more than others. But anyways. And then number 4, claircognizance, or clear knowing. Instantly knowing something without logical reasoning. That's super fun. Because you can't explain it. Example, having an unshakable gut feeling about a person, situation, or a future event without evidence. No, not as fun as you would think. Clairalience, or clear smelling. Smelling scents with no physical source. Example, smelling a loved one's perfume after they've passed, or the scents of flowers when meditating. I think everybody's like had that in a certain sense. No pun intended. Clairgustance, or clear tasting. Never knew that was a thing. So tasting something that isn't physically present. Example, tasting a specific food associated with a memory or a spirit connection. Never experienced that until recently, honestly. But number 7, clairtangency, or clear touching, aka psychometry. This one's crazy. Receiving information by touching objects or people. What? Example, holding on to a photograph or a piece of jewelry and sensing its history or emotions tied to it. That's next level. That's pretty cool. And number 8, clairkinesthesia. Apologies. Clear movement. Physically sensing or being moved by energy. Example, feeling pushed in a certain direction or having spontaneous movements during spiritual experiences. What? Anyways. I'm just dabbling, but it's fascinating. I'm having so much trouble processing extreme volumes of information. I realize that the fastest way to understand ourselves is through contrast. Fascinating. But everything's a freaking paradox. And it's kind of driving me a little bit nuts. It's the most limiting and expansive place to exist all at once. It's not an easy frequency to hold independently. I wonder if I've finally reached a place where I'm speaking English, but it sounds like Chinese. Okay, this just needs to come out. So, I've made reference to a situation that mirrored cycles in my life. And said cycle is the unfortunate cycle of an empath, which is, you know, when you sense somebody's fears or whatever, and you bend to them in the optic of not hurting them further. And I always thought that that was polite and that was nice to do so, you know, because you can sense that something is uncomfortable, and so you try not to make them more uncomfortable. And what I have recently come to learn is that It apparently also triggers a defense mechanism to the empath, creating the little narcissist, where because we no longer trust others with our own emotions and are always regulating others, we put up an armor. And so whoever that you come face to face with, especially if it's another empath, senses that armor as well. And it becomes this like feedback loop where I sense fear and my instinct is to accommodate, and they sense armor perpetuating the fear. And I thought I had figured out how to break the loop, but I'm realizing that I don't think I fully have. I'm so scared of repeating cycles. This is a real mindfuck, frankly. I don't know how to think my way out of this one. So I'm back to feeling like I'm straddling two timelines or two realities. I thought I had done enough work to solidify my timeline. Just a little bit more, like, obviously, we're not gods. Well, it's complicated, but, like, we don't know everything, but, you know, when you shift your life, then you can start noticing patterns and get with the flow, if you will. But for some reason, I still feel like I'm straddling more than one timeline. And I'm really struggling with it this time. A, because I feel like I'm going nuts. I've never struggled so much with listening to my intuition. It's literally never served me wrong up until recently. Ish. I mean, it's complicated. I have a hard time finding words to describe the feeling that I'm feeling. Not to mention, because I'm emotionally invested in my life, obviously, I'm trying to reach out to ChatGPT that is not emotionally invested in my life to make sane calculations in regards to, you know, the math that is trying to math. What am I trying to figure out? Anyways. Okay. Cycle starting again. Lost track as to when it started. Maybe not, but I just want all this to be over. And I recognize that it's my choice, but I'm used to navigating through my life in a certain way, and it's always worked. And no matter what I've come to recently learn, I know that your heart's never wrong. It's complicated. It's not necessarily showing you the easiest way. It's showing you the way to freedom. I don't even know where to start. Okay, well, first of all, I've been trying to refrain a little bit as to the content that I post for multiple reasons. Number one, I've been trying to shift the type of content that I make, but apparently I work best on the fly, so I'm gonna honor that. And I'm also trying to respect the wishes of people. But the reason why I say the cycle's starting again is because I find myself haunted again. And it's twofold. It's inside and outside. So, because I'm used to making decisions, obviously with, you know, some logic, because pattern recognition is important, because that's how the universe communicates, but whatever. But we can't disregard what we're feeling inside. That would be very naive. I don't think we fully realize how much our feelings are dictating our choices and our behavior, and therefore our reality. And like, hello. Anyways. So I am trying to honor my feelings, and my feelings are very clear, but I'm being met with a level of resistance that I've just never encountered before. And I really did try and let it go, because it's no longer about me. I realize that. But one of the things that I've come to learn is that what I want and what I need is important. But what happens when you want doesn't seem to want you back? Anyways. And like, I can go and get what I want independently, but that's the other weird thing. It's like, I've been going my entire life getting what I want independently and succeeding, and then all of a sudden I feel like my body won't let me move forward and get what I want independently anymore. It's like I'm all about co-creating now. It's the weirdest thing. So my inner child is literally sitting down, throwing a tantrum. I don't understand. And you know, it's funny because women and men are so confused as to what each other actually wants from each other. We make up all these narratives, you know, like, oh, he only wants me for the obvious reasons, or she only wants me for my money, or whatever. And I'm not saying that those things aren't possible. Obviously, they manifest into reality, but again, it's a reflection of people's inner worlds, which are reflections of their childhood trauma, unprocessed childhood trauma, because nobody teaches us the fabric of reality. For fuck's sake. Anyways. And the accountability it takes to be an actual adult. But the funny part is that both parties want the same thing. All we want is a safe place to be free to be ourselves. I just don't understand why it seems to be the hardest freaking thing to uncondition. And I also don't understand why I'm so invested. Nothing is making sense. And I feel like I'm like this close to just like burning the entire fabric of reality down, because it's just not playing anymore. And so, like, what the fuck's the point? Am I really just going to live a life where I am enslaved to the robotics of our mindlessness? Like, how is nobody like waking up and going like, is this seriously what the universe, God, whatever wanted from us when he decided to make this shit show? Yes, forget the nature of who I created you to be and become a robot now. Are we all high? Like, I'm just... What is it gonna take to wake up? Good morning. I come to you this morning with fantastic news. It finally happened. I can confidently say that I've gone nuts. So, I don't even know where to start. Okay. Let's just breathe through this. So, all right. I'm used to making decisions based on all the facts and patterns and results, which are facts. The physical manifestation of patterns that I am perceiving, as well as the results, are telling me one thing. This is all tangible to me. The tangible aspect of reality is telling me one thing. But then I'm picking up on an entire unseen reality that is becoming more and more plain as day to me with every passing day, that is telling me an entirely different narrative. And I realize now why I'm using words like enigma and paradox, because it shouldn't exist. I've never seen that before. How does somebody have the power to hide so well, even from the universe, what he's capable of manifesting despite what's inside shouldn't exist? And so I have two choices now. I can either accept the fact that I'm nuts I think that's my only choice. Anyway, I don't see another choice, because it's getting worse with each passing day. I've had to dig very deep to figure out what I need, which is disillusioning. Because you think it's clear. You think it's clear. You think you know what you need. You think you know what you want. No, nobody knows. Because we're so used to listening to our family and society to tell us what we need and what we want. And so once you break through all that and realize that all you need is a place to be yourself, and then you also realize that you haven't been given that opportunity yet. So anyways, that's a different story. But if the place that you have subconsciously, apparently, chosen to be yourself, because for some unknown reason that's where you feel safe, but that environment is not mirroring that safety, aka they don't feel as safe in your presence, then it sends a subconscious signal that it's not safe, and that, I think, is the root as to me questioning my ability to perceive reality accurately. Because how is it that I'm feeling one thing but my mind is picking up on another thing, and both? It's just it's a feedback loop inside too, and it's mirroring on the outside. And at this point, I'm thinking that the emotional ambiguity of the context is the manipulation within itself, because it's like suspended animation. It's being held emotionally hostage. And I can't seem to do anything about it. I've tried to give up. I've literally tried everything. I've tried to just walk away. I don't know what I'm picking up on. I found something really, really big. And the magnitude of it makes me feel like I'm nuts. Okay, so the dilemma that I'm in is that I understand, because I'm living it too. Like I understand how overwhelming it is, and how much there is to peel back in terms of layers. It's alarming, just to get to the essence of the frequency, if you will. And not distort it with illusions, because that is where it explodes. I've seen that. Anyways, so I understand. I do. But where the confusion arises is that, to me, the solution is quite obvious. Combined, we could figure this out. What's going on and what to do about it. We have the ability to perceive reality objectively in unison. I think that's a possibility. But to reach that obvious solution, enough layers need to be able to be peeled back. So I am trying to exercise patience and compassion and understanding and empathy and everything that I wish that somebody would extend to me, because that's who I am. I just don't know how much more I can let the vibration of deceit affect my energy, because I don't have the ability to deceive the universe with my frequency. It manifests immediately in my life when my energy is not centered, and for an unknown, ungodly reason, this person has the capacity to I don't know, get under my skin somehow, because it doesn't make sense, it doesn't compute, there are too many questions. My mind loves a puzzle. Anyways. I know, it's funny on the outside, but inside I'm like dying a little bit, so it's super fun. And I'm getting a lot lately, don't ask me how, that the main concern of the situation is that unity will be more detrimental to my well-being than the opposite. And I see how that can be perceived. That makes a certain amount of rational sense. I understand that based on history. But I can see a reality where choosing each other as the safe place, for no matter how, like, time is not a situation, like, we can't, that's an illusion. And for no matter how that we choose to allow that to physically manifest, like, that's, again, different levels of illusion. But if in the here and now, where the singularity of existence exists, the present moment, we decide to allow each other to be the safe place for each other, I see potential. But I see a potential that I can't look away from. And I don't have the words and the evidence to justify. Anyways, I'm gonna leave that there, I think, for now, just because it's a rabbit hole and I could go on. But there's nothing in the world that I value more than my sanity. And when somebody starts to play with it to this extent, it becomes an insult to my intelligence. No, not really, but that's how I'm beginning to perceive it. Like, I clearly see you. Like, I see you. That I know that now. It's under layers. And I'm spinning in your layers, clearly. I've been trying to put my finger on what I'm perceiving for a long time now. And it's the irony of somebody being so connected to their higher self internally, but never letting that higher self out. It's the weirdest thing. I don't even know how he does it. Because I think I've more than proven that the opinions and realities of others are literally irrelevant. And being victim to other people's illusions creates the vast societal illusions. And if anybody is strong enough to break through that, it's this person. I don't know why I think that. I don't know what I'm perceiving. But you see what I mean? It could just go on and on. Anyways. I feel like I'm on the verge of figuring something out, and I just don't want to lose the train of thought. And as you can see, I'm pissed. I'm pissed because I did a bunch of work on myself to be able to perceive reality, and now I feel like I'm perceiving it, and now I'm figuring out why I've been blocked, because somebody's actively putting blindfold on me or something, and I'm pissed. Anyways, going back to my train of thought. So, I think I found the deepest layer of the yin-yang, because it's very multidimensional and applies to a bunch of stuff, and it actually titillates my mind. But I think the deepest layer is somehow I've gone my entire life not knowing what actual love feels like, but I've been able to mirror it for others. Who the hell am I? And the opposite of that is somehow someone being able to feel that love with nowhere to put it. Nobody ready to receive it. I think that's the wall. I think that's the barrier. I think that's the 30 odd years of conditioning that is trying to break down. I don't know how to receive it, and they don't know how to give it out of fear of betrayal and hurt. I think I did it. Shit. In case it wasn't clear, I'm at my breaking point. I don't know what you consciously think, what you choose to consciously think or not. It's hard to tell, which is surprising. But anyways. But if you choose to humor me for a second and believe that the universe is frankly spilling everything. And when I say that, I mean emotionally. And at first I didn't believe it because I thought it was some sort of test. And it was trying to get me to trust my instincts. Anyways. But I don't even care anymore. I don't even care if it's true or not. I just want to know at this point what's going on, because it's like a mental torture, because I refuse to disrespect the way who I am. Okay, are you gonna let me go, man? Jesus. Anyways. The core of who I am is to never give up on what I believe in and what I feel. It's kind of intertwined. It goes against everything I stand for. And to put me in a position where I would need to betray my inner knowing, it makes me feel like I'm going to die inside. And so I don't know the outcome of this. I don't know. And at this point, I don't really care. I just need to be free. And I'm going to be straight. I would much rather not be alone in that freedom. And I can surround myself by people, but let's be honest. Anyways, I think you can finish that sentence. Stop trying to predict. Stop trying to calculate. Stop trying to figure out the best move. There is no best move. When are you going to figure it out? It's a question of... So when you get to a situation that gives you great anxiety and great fear, it's not because the universe is trying to tell you don't do it, although we're hardwired to think that. It's that your nervous system is perceiving the situation as dangerous, and the fight or flight response kicks in. But it's hardwiring from not just 30 years of trauma. What I've come to discover is that it's in our ancestral lineage, and what I figured out now, it's because the balance between, frankly, the relationship between men and women, and I'm not, this is not a sex thing, like this could be same-sex relationships as well. It's the masculine energy and feminine energy that our society has preconditioned, and it happens through the generations very slowly, but ultimately what has happened is that we've been conditioned, or let me break it down. The masculine energy has been conditioned to be in the receival energy of love because they're a king, whatever, it's the narrative. And the woman has been conditioned to be in the giving end of the frequency because they're the slave. But this is where the whole divide and conquer thing comes into play, because the nature of true human divinity that I've come to find out is that because of the inner knowing and the intuition that a woman has, when she is given love, it amplifies it. And so that's where the whole relationship, the inner relationship that manifests outwardly, comes into play when there's a true balance. It's the forward action or whatever, like it's a lot of categories, and I'm not saying that these roles can't be reversed. In a relationship, woman can be in her masculine energy and a man can be in his feminine energy. It's also depending on personal preferences and etc., conditioning, frankly, but it's all about the energy behind it. What matters is the balance. And frankly, we're never going to get anywhere if we don't start learning how to find that balance proactively together within communication, transparent communication. Because or else we're just going around in circles, making both of ourselves crazy. I can feel it, you can feel it, let's stop playing games. Let's grow up a little. So I slept not well last night. That's why I look a little tired, which is weird because sleep is my best quality. I can sleep through everything. So when I don't sleep well, I know there's something wrong. And it's complicated. What I went through in 2024 was not normal for my life. I had never experienced anything like that. And so I needed to get to the bottom of it because that's how I operate. Nothing in my life happens for nothing. Like, if we just keep walking around thinking that life happens to us, like that, I don't like that logic. That's just too thick to me. So I try and figure out what life is trying to teach me. And considering the level of intensity, there was a lot to learn. And I did a really good job at providing myself like a certain level of understanding over the situation. But the funny part is that there was still a tether. And that tether was the responsibility I felt over sharing that understanding with the person who lived the intensity of the situation. And it's like I couldn't let it go. Like I couldn't just move on with my life under the assumption that he couldn't understand, because I know he can. I don't know how I know that, but this is why all this information has come up. Because if there was more emotional maturity in the situation, I know that this person has the intelligence to understand what I'm saying. But after over a year of many, many different choice points where, you know, it's like, okay, like walk the walk or keep just talking the talk without, you know. But because I was so clouded during that time frame because of many reasons, but now that I'm more clear-minded, I just needed one last choice point just to see what the choice would be. With like the lowest amount of stakes possible, because it's not about me anymore. Well, a little bit. I needed to fully integrate the lesson of other people's business not being mine. Like, not my responsibility to, quote unquote, save anyone. Anyways. Ultimately, I was able to manifest a certain level of closure, which is very freeing, which was my entire goal. Oh my God. Hopefully get some sleep tonight. It's really incredible how childhood trauma, unprocessed childhood trauma, can cloud our ability to perceive reality. It's really scary. Because I look back on the situation now, and I don't recognize the person who made those choices back then. It's fascinating. Fascinating, fascinating, fascinating. Anyway. So many things. Where do I even begin? Okay, so I finally figured out what's been going on, and I'm really excited to break it down so that I can do other things. So, apparently, I've been walking around my life being able to see through people, be able to read energy, if you will. And with many years of practice due to the nature of my functions, like my job, I have gotten pretty good at it, and I didn't even know what I was doing. It's to the point now where I can literally see when somebody is being authentic versus when somebody is behaving out of fear or out of their ego. And ego isn't a bad thing. Fear isn't a bad thing either. But the more we reject it, the more it manifests out of our control. And this experience has made me see the parts of myself that, not that I was necessarily rejecting, but that I was like hiding. And that was, I've had to dig very deep into my subconscious, but that was pretty much my innate belief that I am here to make the world a better place or spread love or whatever. And so when I was met with somebody who would behave out of ego or fear, I would make myself smaller to make them more comfortable. Because throughout my life, I observed that the more comfortable people feel in my presence, the more likely they will be authentic. And so that was my MO, to make people feel comfortable enough to be themselves. Simple as that. However, I seem to have come face to face with a astronomical amount of pain, to the point where it became like a security blanket. And for the first time in my life, it wasn't working. Everything I was doing was making it worse instead of better, to the point where instead of my light elevating the situation, the shadow was making me smaller. Because mostly in my life, it's been like small encounters where like somebody comes up to me, I perceive an insecurity or whatever, I make myself smaller to make themselves feel better, and then I walk away, still knowing who I am somehow. But this situation was so condensed and intense and like nonstop that I still knew who I was. I on some level knew what I was doing, but the level of insecurities, fears, doubts, whatever, that was being projected onto me in my natural environment. So this was where I felt most free to be myself at the time. It's like when the situation ended, I found myself with an entire identity that was projected onto me. And that's why in one of my first TikTok videos, I said that I was rediscovering who I was. Or whatever I said, something like that. Oh my God, intense. And other things that I've realized is that every time I'm put into a similar situation, and don't get me wrong, I've never been in this extent of a situation, but I have been in situations before that have like hurt me or whatever, and every time I use it as some sort of like portal to be even more authentic. Because this time, the experience forced me to really see myself, see what I was doing, see the capacities for seeing beneath the veil or whatever. Because over the last year or so, I could see people weren't understanding my behavior, like the motivations behind my behavior. But it was because I was perceiving something that couldn't be seen, and I didn't know to what extent it couldn't be seen. Anyways, fascinating, really fascinating. And so I've also come to realize that the true nature of my energy is that when somebody tries to put my values in that level of question, it becomes fuck around and find out energy. Because I will not be caged. I will not be limited by anybody else's beliefs. I don't even allow my own beliefs to limit me. And it's really fascinating that I have been to what extent I have been making myself smaller to convenience the world around me. Because whatever. Anywho, I don't know if I said this or not, but I also somehow managed to manifest an entire new wardrobe for free. So I would like to thank the person that allowed the divine to work through them. And in case there was any doubt as to if karma exists, what goes around comes around. Okay? So I just learned that emotional processing is a skill that is uncommon, apparently. Apparently the more common method is to emotionally suppress through thought and externalizing. So for example, we're having an emotional experience, and we all have a tendency to externalize the reason. Like, for example, oh, it's because like I'm stressed about money, or etc., etc. And it's complicated because obviously, yes, you can be stressed about money, but people really need to start feeling their emotions. I don't know how we came to this position in our society where we've been so conditioned to believe that our emotions are negative, or that we're not allowed to feel them. It's really sad because, like, that's the only thing different that I do, is I just give myself the permission to feel my emotions, because I recognize that I'm a human being and I deserve the space to feel. And I feel like that's what I've been breaking through, is the fact that everybody else is so scared of feeling their emotions that I haven't been given the space to feel mine, so I took it. Because nobody's actually stopping me. And I also think that that's the aspect of reality that I am now set on burning to the ground. The illusion that the tangible is the real aspect of reality. And I'm not saying it's not real. Obviously it's real. But I don't think we're understanding where that reality is actually manifesting from. I started to believe that I was worthy, and the universe is starting to mirror that worthiness back with an entire expensive free wardrobe, for starters. We've been given a gift, and I'm not saying that it's easy to do. Look at my TikTok history. It's not easy to feel, especially since we're not given the space to do so, and we're shamed, creating a negative feedback loop which manifests negatively in our life. That's the prison. And somebody out there knows. That's for sure. Somebody out there knows the nature of true humanity, and we all have a wool covering our eyes over what is actually happening. Walk through your day, and instead of taking things at face value, try and figure out what people are feeling. and what you're feeling, more importantly. Because if you don't know what you're feeling, you're going to project your feelings onto them, manifesting whatever unprocessed feelings you have inside. And from what I can tell, the vast majority of us have some scary unprocessed feelings happening. Trouble operating in my day-to-day reality, pretending like I don't see everything that I see. I feel like I'm like a caged lion right now because I'm thoroughly annoyed with participating in the vast illusion. Time doesn't exist, space doesn't exist, everything is energy. With that logic, it becomes very clear that everything is happening at once. We're a singularity, and therefore everything needs balance. If somebody behaves out of balance, the universe will automatically bring balance to the situation. It's a law. And if you think about the fact that energy is the real currency, because I mean, I could see it plain as day. We're trying to emotionally manipulate each other to reward ourselves internally, and it's a subconscious process that we're not even aware of, and we walk away from interactions thinking that we've like quote unquote won something, and it's like no, you just sold your soul for a little piece of their energy. So yeah, you won. Congratulations. I digress. Going back to the big picture, if everything's happening all at once, everything's energy, etc., take the frequency of love, which is what everybody is fighting for in this world. Again, we don't know that we're doing it, but why do you think we want to be successful and we want recognition and fame and money and the one and etc.? Why do you think we want all that? To be loved, to be seen, to be heard. It's being used against us. The entire system is built on emotionally manipulating us. It brings back to the theme of collective narcissism. I mean, it's clear as day that the human race is under captivity. And the most ingenious part of said cage is that it's an illusion of freedom. But don't dare to express yourself authentically, lest you be persecuted. And so we're all just conforming. It's really maddening. I've come to realize that I've been allowing others to underestimate me to see what they're made of. I am a little overwhelmed by the newfound abilities that I'm realizing about myself. And again, this is not something like, oh, I'm special. No, we all have the capabilities of doing this. It's just my curiosity has apparently driven me to practice without my awareness. Because, I mean, if we resign to the mundane illusion of life, that seems pointless, to me at least. And so I've always looked for the magic, not realizing that that was the true aspect of life. And to be honest with you, I have never reached this level of disappointment in my life, ever. It seems to have ignited a fury within me. And I've been hearing a lot that I am a mirror and that I'm walking karma. And it's been like a long time that I'm hearing that now, and I've been trying to understand the meaning of that. And I mean, I've done a lot of reflection on it, and with everything that has come to light about my behavior and my motives behind my behavior, which goes very deep, I see now how I'm a mirror, because I have allowed others to project themselves onto me with some sort of diluted logic that I was leading by example. You know, I thought people could see the amount of work that it takes to be your highest self internally, in terms of accountability, etc. But now I've come to realize that the level of illusion is far greater than I had initially estimated, and leading out of example just gives people an opportunity to stay in said illusion. And so I've chosen a different way now to reflect people's truth back at them, and that is standing in my truth unapologetically. And I realize that up until now I've been like a little weary as to go full on into everything that's in my head out of some sort of narrative of being crazy. But I no longer care, because it's so clear to me that this cycle of behavior in our society is the crazy part. Anyways, I'm going to dive into a little bit of the understandings that I've come to lately, because I've suddenly become aware that I've been reading energy quite accurately, and because of my profound belief in the positive things in life, I went very far back. So this is no longer about one individual. Another thing that I've come to realize is that I seem to have been on some sort of investigation my entire life into the nature of reality. And I came to a point where I had kind of resigned to the mundane of life, because I was not receiving any new data. I had mastered a certain level of understanding of emotions and psychology, but I wasn't receiving any new data to reach any new barriers until somebody reopened said investigation. Again, I was unaware. My curiosity was piqued again. That's all I was aware of. But I was unaware that I was actually reopening an investigation into the nature of reality. And my curiosity led me to a realization of what I was actually perceiving, which was energy, and how it flows through our emotions and our psychology. And I've been able to go back very far back, because time doesn't exist, so you can really see everything if your mind is open enough. And it's made me realize a bunch of things. And like, again, I'm not religious, because I think it has come to a point where it is perpetuating an illusion. And I'm not saying that there isn't deeper truths to religion. There are, and I see them. But everything is based on your personal energy field. So if you're in a low vibrational state, you'll only be able to perceive the illusion aspect of reality, including religion. And so I preface this to be sure that I'm not trying to advocate for any religion here, but the story of Adam and Eve, and not the one that is taught to us, but the earliest accountings of said story that include Lilith, now make a hell of a lot of sense when you try and understand that the universe speaks through frequency. So if man was allowed to be whole, the energy of man was allowed to be whole, but for X reason, the energy of a woman was split. And I'm talking archetypes here, like this is not gender. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the splitting of our essence into two narratives. So you have Lilith, who has throughout time been associated with quote-unquote evil, but in fact she's just the dark feminine archetype, the independent, whole feminine. And when whoever, doesn't really matter, ate the apple, again, representative, it's pretty much the first accounting of deceit, the first illusion. So, and again, this is not tangible fact, but it just takes one human being, whatever amount of time ago, to feel threatened, most probably because it was an actual threat, because they were dying, because life was harder back then, or whatever, different level of difficulty, and acted out of fear, projecting said fear onto somebody else, bringing up insecurities, doubt, grief, whatever, and through the generations have carried on, creating entity attachments. And I know this is a big word and can get scary, but again, this is not demonic, angelic, no, this is energy. We are pure light in our essence, and everything else that we carry with us are entity attachments that don't belong to us. They were all projected onto us at birth from our parents, from society, and again, not their fault because it was projected onto them. And I don't know how else to say it because it's so clear as day. And I'm on a mission, and it's funny because I've said this so many times in my life. I'm on a mission, I'm on a mission, I'm on a mission about small things. And now I realize, no, I'm actually on a mission to break all the cycles because I'm tired. I'm done wasting my energy on things that are just going to happen again because we're allowing ourselves to be operated out of our entity attachments, out of our insecurities, out of our fears, out of our doubts, which cloud our ability to perceive reality. And the reality of the situation is that we're infinite souls with infinite potentials, and the only thing stopping us is ourselves. Alright, well that last video kind of made me realize why I was stuck in an illusion in the first place, because I work actively on a day-to-day basis to make sure that I'm perceiving reality accurately, and that's why I was so shocked when turn of events happened that didn't align with the way I was initially perceiving reality. And I'm realizing that I was convinced that this person could see through the veil as well, and that we were just dancing around the topic. And then I come face to face with a reality where, no, apparently that's not the case. And now I'm just like, well, frankly, I fell in love with somebody who's trapped in what everybody seems to be trapped in, and I demand justice because that's who I am. So I'm clearly feeling more like myself, which is good. And the good news is that I hadn't actually forgotten who I was. Somebody just tried to confuse the hell out of me, but luckily I seem to have built a very strong emotional, mental, and spiritual foundation. Sometimes makes me wonder why. What happened to me for me to think that that's necessary? Although now it makes a hell of a lot of sense. Everybody should have that. Because again, I don't think we're really fully understanding how powerful we are in our own realities. And the only reason why I can say this with so much confidence is because of pattern recognition. The way life responds to every individual is clearly entirely based on their own energetic fields, which are powered by emotions and steered by our minds and our thoughts. And it's heartbreaking to live in a society that is so advanced or seemingly advanced, but yet so primitive in our understandings of human nature or reality or life in general. And obviously we're coming to a time in humanity where science is meeting the unseen aspects of reality, and therefore there seems to be some sort of really slow shift. But the reason why I'm really struggling with my day-to-day reality is because, and the reason why I needed to be woken up, apparently, a little bitter about it. Now I know that on many, many, many levels, I actually have been awake. I've just been insecure about expressing it because I thought other people knew better in some weird way. Or that one, I don't know. But once I cracked the code, my code, because everybody understands life differently, but for me, it was the realization about energy. And like, again, somebody could have come up to me and told me everything is energy, and I'd be like, cool. But when you see it, and like, not physically, but when your mind starts making correlations, when you realize, oh, nobody is right. Nobody knows. We're all seeking for answers outside of ourselves, creating the feedback loops, creating the illusion, because nobody is actually 100% walking around trusting themselves and their intuition and their God-given gifts. And that's what's hard for me to deal with my current reality, is that, and I'm starting to think that it might have also something to do with my newfound energy, where now, unfortunately, my mind knows that I know things. Not everything, but I don't need to know everything. And the most important part of knowing is knowing that everybody in your life is there for a reason and there to teach you something. You know what I mean? Like, you can't walk up to an interaction and be like, oh, I know better than you, because you'll walk away being the fool. Because again, nobody knows better than anyone. We can only know what's right for ourselves, not for somebody else. It's very nuanced. Yeah, my newfound energy, it's like, now that I've decided to stand unapologetically in my truth, it's also energetically, because I'm like, no, you cannot project yourself onto me, so I'm like standing tall. But then people are looking to me for answers because I'm apparently coming off as confident, and that's pissing me off because my whole point is for people to look within themselves for the answers, to understand the true nature of reality, to understand that they're the creators in their own lives, in their own functions. My whole point is to promote accountability, to inspire a raw curiosity for life, a raw desire to know, to feel, to experience, to enjoy. I refuse to participate in a reality where people are unhappy. I don't care where we are and what we do. But joy is non-negotiable. And I think that's one of the reasons why I'm so upset. Is because whatever illusion I would just clawed my way out of, I had allowed it to strip the joy from the place that I had built. And I'm putting it back, not personally, I'm delegating that now, because people's true colors come out when it gets tough. And like I said in one of my last videos, I've never been so disappointed. Not with one person in particular, but the choices of almost everyone around me in terms of integrity, transparency, honesty. I may not know all the details of everything that transpired, but I know. To repeat what I've been hearing a lot of lately, it broke my heart, but it fixed my vision. So I just figured out another layer of the situation because, like, I haven't been understanding, no matter how much I work on myself, my life is not unblocking. And what I mean by that is, again, like, I've always managed to find joy in my life. I now know that joy comes from within first. And I thought to have taken it back, but my surroundings are still not mirroring that joy back to me. And I'm realizing it's because I'm in an environment now with a whole bunch of energy that is on me to transmute, even though I'm not the one to have put it there in the first place. Because the energy here wasn't perfect, but it was real, authentic, pure, if you will. And now I can see the ripple effects of it. And obviously it will get better with time. But since I'm highly ambitious and impatient, apparently, I'm really annoyed. I'm super fed up with having to clean up other people's messes. Because I have just an infinite amount of compassion and love, apparently. And I know the lesson. The lesson is to put that compassion and love towards myself. But I'm a human being. Talking to myself on TikTok is fulfilling and all, but like, I'm getting a little fed up. Not with doing this because I'm enjoying it, but with it being the only thing that I'm finding joy in right now. Because I come into work all balanced and centered, and my life has become a mirror of something else. And apparently, people can't face themselves in my presence anymore. So I have to resort to other ways to communicate my essence so that whomever can go to sleep at night knowing that at least they didn't give me the satisfaction to see their shame. It's really mind-boggling. Somebody can claim to read energy, but yet still people think that they can hide. Energy never lies. And one of the reasons I come to realize why I don't like the term narcissist is because it's not a box a person can fit into. It's an energy. A person can choose to embody the empathetic energy, the empath, from a place of love, or they can choose to embody a fear-based energy, manifests out of selfishness, out of fear, whatever. So when I say narcissist, I'm talking about the narcissistic energy. When you're faced with a narcissistic energy, just know that accusations are confessions. Now I have tangible proof. And another little nugget of knowledge. We've been walking around this earth thinking that we're human beings with a soul, if that. And I think everybody's waking up to the fact that no, we're souls having a human experience. And I really don't know what else to say to start manifesting some reciprocal energy in my immediate surroundings. And I'm not attached to anything physical with that, because it's high time. That the wheels of karma reverse. I think I've spent enough of my life giving my energy away so that people can feel better about themselves. Because that hasn't gotten anyone very far now, hasn't it? So I think I'm finally done pussyfooting around with the universe, and I'm just going to create my new reality. Started this TikTok channel because somebody in my life cornered me. Spiritually, if you will. And because of my nature of never being victim to circumstance, my mind resorted to TikTok because my immediate community was not providing me with what I needed at the time. And it's funny because I actually just saw a comment from somebody saying that she feels the same as something I said in my previous video, because people in her town are quote-unquote energy vampires. I think she said it differently, but whatever. Snakes, I think she said. And the goal with this is to give people the tools to reflect on their own actions, their own behaviors, their own choices, and therefore their own reality. Because nobody outside of ourselves can change that. And the logic that that's not the case and that we're victim to life, frankly, it irks me. So my intentions, as of now that the new data that I have received in the last couple of years has been processed, I would like to create a spiritual community here. I recognize that I only have 201 followers, and I love each and every one of you. Because firstly, I don't really care about TikTok, its algorithm, or whatever. My point now is to create a space for authenticity and expression and exchange of ideas, because the old ways of operating, of submitting our essence, control to outside of ourselves, whether that be the monetary system, society in general, whatever, is crumbling. It is. Through all the new technologies that are out there, it's giving people energetic sovereignty. And I understand that it's going to take a while, but got to start somewhere. So I have a lot to share, a lot of ideas, a lot of inspiration, a lot of passion. But I know myself, and like most of us, because we're human beings, we kind of need a mirror. And I've done a decent job at mirroring myself. But I could use some feedback at this point. What do you guys want to know? What do you guys want to hear about? Am I too guarded? Do you want to know more about me? Like, within reason, but up until now, I mean, for those of you who have been paying attention since the beginning, you probably know me better than anyone else by now. What are some of the things that you've appreciated so far? What should I expand on? What do you guys need? Because the point was to fill my cup enough to have it overflow, because that's who I am. I enjoy seeing my energy have ripple effects, but I definitely can't do it alone. So who's in it? So I seem to have come face to face with my shadow in one of my last videos. Maybe my new shadow, I don't know. No matter what I do, I can't seem to squelch the fury that I feel. And I'm not used to having that. I don't know what to do with it. I've never been betrayed on this level before. I've never been so shocked by somebody's delusion. My mind is really having trouble. Not necessarily understanding the situation, because I understand a little bit more now, but understanding who I'm supposed to be in my everyday life now, because I've been walking around being the epitome of love and light, and now cracking a smile for somebody else's benefit is unnerving. I don't understand what's happening to me. And I'm trying everything not to become a monster. Because what do I do with all this fury? Where do I put it? So it's come to my attention that I've apparently been gatekeeping. I really thought that people knew how to be people. I really did think that. I thought that with enough acts of love, people would be more open to feeling their feelings. Because when you're not shown enough love in your life, your brain starts to learn that feelings are dangerous. And so it starts wiring methods of protection. Your ego, it's trying to protect you from feeling a way that you have felt before that you didn't enjoy. So, for example, you allow yourself to fall in love. Your patterns of behavior from childhood will come out because the first mirrorings of love are from our parents. And so if as a child you were taught that your feelings were bad, not welcome, wrong, that's what your brain begins to believe. Because when we're children, that's when our subconscious gets programmed. And for somebody who's quite in tune with her intuition, her emotions, I can testify to how hard it is to feel. It's not easy. It's an ugly process. Because feelings don't make sense. Your mind will try and make sense of them. I think I've been proof of that. And I mean, you can-ish, but it doesn't make the feelings go away. It helps you can process them a little bit, but the only thing that makes the feelings go away is to actually feel. And feeling is a body experience, not one that can be solely processed in the mind. And so if your mind is not used to recognizing what you're feeling, for example, if you're used to internalizing love or deep emotions as a threat, it's like the worst loop to be stuck in. Because your feelings are feeling one thing, but your mind is processing it as danger. It's a never-ending cycle until you feel your feelings. And whomever has the courage to feel their feelings can unlock a lot of your humanity's potential. Because the percentage of people that are walking around not knowing what they're feeling is a little scary. And so in our current reality, in our current society, if you know how to feel, might as well have a superpower. So it wouldn't be the full reality of my truth, if I didn't show the spirals of healing, it gets better, but it's slow. And the layers are just infinite. No matter what I do, I can't seem to shake an anxiety that I never had before. And it's not always there. It seems to get triggered by like low vibrational energy, which is really annoying because low vibrational energy can come in the form of thoughts, intentions, emotions, and so it's literally like my nervous system goes into like fight, flight, or freeze mode every time low vibration comes towards me, and it's just like overwhelming to be so sensitive. But I'm hoping that I figured out whatever's blocking my life, and that may be forgiveness. But I was never truly angry at anyone other than myself. I'm very hard on myself. I will not lie, I'm disappointed. Mostly because my entire life I've been walking around with the belief that my love could heal all, because it has always worked. But the lesson is that I can't heal anyone else. Not if they're not willing to put in the work. It's heartbreaking for me. And I'm just remembering a lot of details lately. I'm remembering now that at the beginning it felt like my soul recognized him, even though I wasn't aware of it for a while. Now I'm wondering if it was just me recognizing his trauma. It's really scary because walking around life thinking that your love is strong enough, it's very empowering because you're not really scared of anything. And I think that's where the anxiety comes in, because it's like, I know this isn't the case, but with how things have played out, I feel like I almost came face to face with evil. And again, I don't believe in that, because I recognize that it's a manifestation of pain. And apparently I actually can see people's souls. So I just have to sit back and watch while somebody eats himself to alive. But no, I don't resent anyone. I'm not mad. I forgive whoever was involved. Disappointed that other people can't apparently reflect on their personal decisions or seem to have their own moral compasses. And which brings me to the point that I don't think we're fully realizing the dynamic of codependency. Codependency applies to any external validation, whether it be an addiction, and again, not perfect because I smoke, but it's anything external. And if you're in not the needy end of codependency, but in the control end of codependency, so withholding emotional intimacy to obtain control, you're literally putting somebody in a position to be codependent, because they have to keep trying to get you to open up or whatever. And that's the trap that I fell in, because like my intentions were and still are the best for everyone around me. I just want everybody around me to be happy. Like, I don't understand why it's so complicated and why I have been pushed to isolate myself, because everybody else seems to be so unhappy that they feel the need to bring me down. It's really heartbreaking. Especially when you've done nothing but be there for people. It's like I don't know who I am anymore if I'm not sharing my happiness and spreading love and light. But I'm scared now, because I'm scared that how much people can perceive it in the wrong way, which is giving me anxiety. I know that evil's not an actual thing, but it makes me feel like I could fall into another trap again. To conclude, whomever was involved, you are forgiven. I'm having trouble forgiving myself because I always feel like I should have known better. Even though I know I did the best I could with the information I had at the time. I tried to balance out everybody's interests around me as much as I could, while nobody else seemed to bat an eye at what I needed or whatever, which is fine. You live and you learn.
Is it fine?
Yeah, it's fine. And I hope that the universe shows as much grace and forgives all as well.
It's Mommy.
Because you do not know. Clearly, you don't know the consequences of your actions. I'm so triggered. I don't even know where to start. So, me doing this little exercise to be able to objectively witness my emotions, my thoughts, my subconscious, has clearly snowballed. Going that far deep into my subconscious has made me realize that I'm some sort of light worker, and I don't like the term because it promotes separation, which is besides the point. If anyone chooses to raise their frequency, they automatically become a light worker. So it's not, oh, I'm special or whatever. Anyways. But that being brought to my awareness has triggered some sort of performance anxiety, apparently, so that's fun to deal with. And I'm just going to pretend that that's not true and keep living my life, because I can't walk around with this pressure. More than that, I seem to have some sort of like deep wound with being seen. It has been suggested to me that it's some sort of like past life witch wound or whatever, when like you speak your truth and you get persecuted for it. And I mean, due to my pattern recognition, I had determined that it was now a safe time to express your truth. And technically it is, but I have a little over, like a tad over 200 followers, and my truth already seems to be making people in my life uncomfortable. and I'm apparently being attempted to be censored, which is so disillusioning. I still can't fully figure out what's so threatening about pure intentions and unconditional love. There's like, if something doesn't compute. Good news, bad news. Number one, my energetic body, my essence, my soul, whatever, seems to be a little bit more stabilized. So that I'm happy about, but now I'm left with like physical symptoms. I'm like, I don't know, it's hard to explain. So obviously I'm doing more research and oh my gosh. Okay, so apparently what I've just been through is called reactive abuse. Unreal. Unreal. You live and you learn, eh? Okay, so let's break this down. Apparently it's a cycle to provoke subtly, withhold empathy, triangulate and compare you, shift the narrative, and push until a reaction. Unreal. And the reason why, when this all ended, I got the universe involved is because I would have never, ever tolerated this in my personal life. Ever. It was like the universe literally trapped me. And this is why I've been on a hunt, because not today, not yesterday, and definitely not tomorrow. Oh, sorry. Okay. Anyways, so what this cycle does, apparently, is make you go on this cycle of dopamine addiction. Super fun. Super, super fun. Because not only did I have to spend close to 5 months piecing my subconscious and my essence together, but now I seem to be needing to wean off some sort of programmed addiction. Now, the reason why I'm talking about this and sharing it is because knowledge is power. And I don't expect abusers in this context to wake up and smell the coffee, but if their supplies can start recognizing the signs, well, that's half the cycle now, isn't it? Unreal. Anyway, obviously you can tell how happy I am about all this situation, but I'll leave it there. So, major developments, really happy. All right, so firstly, the validation that what I just went through was indeed abuse seemed to have taken off a big weight, because over the course of the shit show, I had called it. I even confronted him, but obviously I was met with gaslighting, so whatever. And the sun is taking off more weight because it's just so freeing not to be boxed in by cold weather. more good news. My original state of flow and trust seems to be returning. I was like this close to losing faith in higher intelligence, aka the universe, because like, what the hell was that? Anyways, and it also came to my attention what's like really annoying me in my day-to-day life. And obviously it's cycles of behavior, but the behavior itself is not what bothers me, because we all have behavior. Like, it's unavoidable. We're human beings, and perfection is an illusion, doesn't exist. So behavior is behavior. I can forgive behavior because I can understand where behavior comes from. And even if I didn't understand where behavior comes from, you can't escape your behavior. However, what bothers me is lack of awareness and lack of accountability. Because without awareness, you can't be accountable. And without being accountable, you can't learn and improve. And so what ends up happening is that we end up stuck in cycles of behavior that are very hard to break when they've been pre-programmed through our childhood experiences. Anyways. But what happens with that is that at a certain point we end up reaching a glass ceiling, because our behavior doesn't allow us to reach new heights, whether that be a pre-programmed belief of whatever, mediocrity, not being good enough, whatever, doesn't matter. But we don't realize how that's stopping us. And this whole experience has given me, like, quote unquote, a superpower. Not really. It's just a heightened nervous system sensitivity. And so every time somebody attempts to put me in a box, including my own mind now, my entire body reacts. It's fascinating. And it kind of is, like, to me, a superpower, because before I used to need to think about it, like, ooh, why am I feeling this way? Like, what bothered me? And like, it took a long time. Now it's like immediate, even with myself. As soon as my mind tries to put me in a box, I rebel. So I like that. It's good stuff. All good stuff. See, everything happens for a reason. I hate how right he was about so many things. So, I'm gonna crack this whole thing wide open. I've been refraining from using this term because it implies an outcome, which is super naive, because it's very rare that a situation like this ends in unity. It requires both parties to do an intense amount of self-work. But apparently, what I just went through is called the twin flame journey. Anyways, where you reflect each other's shadow and light. And I mean, there's a lot to learn, because honestly, I've never met anybody who could match my intelligence in that way. Very impressive. And frankly, I miss his mind without cloudiness of his emotions. I mean, we all have emotions, but if you're unaware of them, then it becomes cloudy. Anyways. So all the lessons that I've learned from the experience, I have applied diligently, because if you're not going to learn, then I don't know. I've applied it to my personal life. I've applied it to my professional life internally. And my next phase was to apply it to my professional life externally, aka breaking through this glass ceiling that I feel. And so I tried very hard, very boldly. Sorry. And what I got met with was really disillusioning and I miss how it used to be before it got all messed up. I'm realizing that I'm gonna have to change even more stuff in my life, and I'm gonna have to do it alone. Anyway.
I hate, man. You know, it's an expensive emotion. Hating requires a bit of caring. I'd rather not.
Well, that was officially the scariest thing I've ever experienced in my entire life. It was kind of like my life was being like energetically held hostage. I've never felt like that before. And it's taken me way longer than I thought to break free from whatever was like binding me. It's very complicated, and I'm not going to hash it out. If you want more details, look at my TikTok history. I'm not going to keep talking about the past. Kind of thing. But anyways, it finally happened. I broke free. My new chapter is emerging. Momentum picking up. Movement. My old flow. That was so scary. But now I know what dangers really lurk beneath the surface. Anyways, new day, new life. Fuck, I hate the spirals of healing. Oh my god. I've been doing so well the last couple weeks, and today I had like a full-blown meltdown. Not really, but for me. I'm starting to reach the surface levels of my reality, which is a good sign. Even though I don't know how much longer I'm going to have to do this. So the issue that I'm dealing with now is my place of employment, because my brain associates so many aspects of my day-to-day life at work with danger that it's like I go into fight, flight, or freeze mode. And for me, it's freeze right now. So that's super fun. So, because I am overwhelmed with work, which is another trigger for me, which is super fun, I can't focus there today, at least. And so I don't bring down the vibe, and focus. I'm gonna work from home, but like this is unsustainable. Like little tasks trigger memories, which trigger my survival response, and like it's just a freaking nightmare. And like I've healed before. And I think I've healed from something this cataclysmic before, but I don't remember what it was and how I did it. The only thing I do know is that I definitely didn't have this level of responsibilities back then. So I have no conscious frame of reference as to how long this is going to continue to take, for me to feel okay again. I know I'll never be the same person, that's for sure. And you know what? I wouldn't want to be, because that person ended up in a freaking nightmare. I know I only absorbed like a fraction of his pain. I think the main thing that haunts me is his pain. I wonder if he knows what hurt him so much. Anyways, So I think I figured out a trick to rewire my subconscious in regards to the tasks that I have to do that make me panic for some weird reason, just because of how the brain works, but whatever. So I need to reprogram my mind to subconsciously understand that I am not under attack. And it's hard to do that, and so you need to kind of like hack the system, if you will. So every day is different, right? Like what works today may not work tomorrow, but I'm pleased with my progress because I figured out how to hack my system. I put on a soothing TV show that I've watched 1,000 times that soothes me, apparently, so that I can focus on my work simultaneously, and it's working. I'm so happy. And the show that I've chosen to calm me down is The Mentalist, which is kind of poetic because, what's his name? Jane, whatever, the main character. He's been through so much pain that what he can see in people is overwhelming, I know. And talk about turning pain into power. So it's very comforting to have something to relate to, even though it's fictional. It's working.
Yes, I'm a nice person, but if you cross the line too many times, things can change very quickly.
I got people holding grudges against me for the things they did to me. Make it make sense.
For those of you paying attention, that's how you're supposed to use ego and fear. You determine a threat, you make damn well sure that it's not your own projection, and you protect yourself against that threat using your tools. So that's how to be people. But anyways, I piecing together more of the nature of reality. I figured a lot of things out. So from what I can gather, my opponent in this context apparently was teetering in the 40 range, I would say, when we came face to face. And considering the magnetic nature of the connection, I would say I was teetering between joy and love, like the complete opposite. And after a year and a half of severe psychological, emotional, and spiritual abuse, did a really good job at bringing me down to his level. And clearly my TikTok history has been a big spiral of me making my way back up to the surface. And judging by my last couple of videos, I would say that I'm in between anger and pride. So the key to moving up is accepting whatever emotion you're feeling, because that emotion is literally the filter to how you see the world. Anyways, and there is no right or wrong way to see the world. It's a question of understanding that we have the choice to decide what perception conveniences us the most. And it can even be situationally. When you discover the power that you have over your own mindset and your own behaviors, your own emotions, and therefore your own reality, by being constantly aware and responsible in a certain sense, you can significantly repair your energetic field and therefore shift the way life responds to you. So the part of the entire situation that scared the living bejesus out of me is the fact that I've now realized that, well, I realized a while ago that he was perceiving love as danger, and I knew that, but what scared me was the fact that I was perceiving danger as love. Because, and that is my childhood trauma stepping in, and we've discovered this together. I mean, because at such an early age, my survival response to danger was love, my subconscious programmed itself to automatically defend with love. But now that I've come to see that there is such a thing as pain greater than unconditional love and lack of awareness, but anyway, or lack of desire. I don't know, it's a complicated medley, but now that I know that that medley exists, I realize that a greater level of discernment is required before just handing out my abundant perception. Anyways, therefore my energy. But it was literally the perfect storm, because we were both inverting reality in a certain sense, making it so that because I naturally mirror others' behavior to make them more comfortable, but he naturally projects his own reality onto others to be less alone or whatever. It literally was the perfect storm, because when I was looking at him, I was actually looking at myself, and when he was looking at me, he was actually looking at himself. Therefore, I loved him and he hated me, because that's how he feels about himself, and apparently I love myself. So, and we all should, by the way, because if we're not going to love ourselves, nobody else will. Once we love ourselves, then it opens the door for people to love ourselves, to love ours. But anyways, it's complicated, but once we accept how much of a mirror life really is, it becomes fun.
I will never apologize for being myself. If my light bothers you, close your eyes, bitch.
Okay, that's fine. People can talk crazy about me. That's fine. They should express themselves, and they have a right to. But I also get to say whatever the fuck I want about you now.
Did you get stuck down there, sweetie? Well, at least I give you a very detailed roadmap. Once you figure it out, just don't come hollering around these parts. Good luck!
Choose yourself. Again. And 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 again. You've been so good to me. Never get tired of choosing yourself.
You think I'm too much? Good. I wasn't built for small minds or small spaces.
Honestly, I feel like I just woke up from a giant hangover. Turns out, accidentally jumping into somebody's mind on a rescue mission. Not the best idea!
Don't be a woman with just a pretty face. Be the woman with everything. Beauty, brains, money, and soul alignment. I'm celebrating myself loudly this year, and I don't care if nobody claps. I'll clap really loud because I've earned it. Every scar, every win, every silent battle, I showed up, and that alone makes me unstoppable.
Fact number 7. Some people are like clouds. When they fuck off, it's a beautiful day.
Be unique, be memorable, be confident, be proud, but mainly be you.
If you don't like me, just breathe in and breathe out, because there's nothing else you can do.
I am fully aware of what y'all say about me. Number one, and I don't give a fuck. Like,
oh no! I'm devastated.
Nobody watches you harder than the people who can't stand you. So give them a fucking show. I'm gonna say this one time. If you don't want the world to know that you're a shitty person, you probably shouldn't be a shitty person.
Yo, don't come mess up my motherfucking piece because you can't find yours, you raggedy ass bitch.
I'm not cleaning up a single rumor you hear about me. I don't give a fuck what you heard. Go fucking hear it again.
Sometimes I like to say to myself, shh, don't be crazy, Cheryl. But my name's not Cheryl. So fuck it!
Oh, you noticed the attitude. but not that your actions caused it. Weird.
You're gonna piss off a lot of people when you start doing what's best for you. Do it anyway.
If you see me happy, just leave me alone. I deserve this.
Ooh, was he fighting or flirting with me? He had a knife to your throat. That didn't answer my question.
I'm obsessed with being the best version of me, and that's something I chase every single day. It ain't about trying to prove anything to anybody else.
Hey, listen, do me a favor. Keep your fake energy to yourself. Because in this season of my life, I'm protecting my peace, my energy, and focusing on staying positive. That's it.
All you have to decide is what to do with the time that is given to you. You won't get to choose how long you're here.
My darling, you'll never be everybody's cup of tea. Because you're champagne, my love. You're in a league of your own.
I'm playing the villain, baby, just like you want.
People don't have to like you. People don't have to love you. They don't even have to respect you. But when you look in the mirror, you better love what you see.
Some people just need a good old-fashioned high five. In the face. With a chair. Repeatedly.
What are some of your weaknesses?
I'm too honest.
I don't really think that's a weakness.
I don't give a shit what you think.
Or, hear me out, you go fuck yourself, and I keep doing what I'm doing.
Alright, well, after a year and a half of survival mode, 6 months of investigation, and an entire life burnt to the ground, my nervous system can finally feel safe with just existing again, so that's a relief. I'm a little disappointed I wasn't able to manifest more clarity as to why an environment that felt so safe to me for my entire adult life suddenly became a threat. But it's a relief to know that I'm not entirely nuts, so baby steps.
I'm a nice person, man. I never want to hurt anybody's feelings, but I fucking will.
Do you ever look at people sometimes and think, God, you are such a fucking cunt, but it's not socially acceptable to say it out loud, so you think it in your head and just smile at them? Or is that just me?
You try that again, and this is gonna get ugly.